Welcome to MLK Now 2020. Please welcome to the stage activist and Blackout for Human Rights member Samora Pinderhughes and actor Daniel J. Watts.
America. 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 Land of mass hysteria, mass production, and mass incarceration. The epitome of huddled masses yearning to breathe. Free. Masses. Masses, the masses. Mass is the property of matter regardless of the state. But it seems we don't matter until we're properties of the state en masse, and mass is still trying to trick himself into believing he picked cotton too. And no matter how much I kowtow, tap dance, and jump through a bunch of hoops, I'll still be the one who winds up in a jumpsuit. I'll still be the one who winds up with the gun wounds. King had just one dream that won't seem to come true. X had necessary means and a gun too. Though there's always more than one truth, even on cloudy days, sun rays still come through. I mask feelings of pain and ask for healing. We've got the same glass ceiling, but I'm supposed to be thankful for my sunroof. And Mass is still trying to trick himself into believing he picked cotton too. It's complex. How being born with this complexion ups the likelihood of dying in a prison complex. And orange ain't the new black. Black is the same black. But this ain't just for black folks. 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 Just ask those backward folks who stay intolerant like lactose. We bout to blast, blowing like Miles, Coltrane, and Satchmo. You can act slow, but we want our civil rights and fast forward, and we ain't asking for it. This is the beginning of a long list of demands, bro. This your last chance, yo. This is the optimum time, and just like Optimus Prime, we're gonna transform. This gift of gab is God-given, and it's given this man a knack for it, so let's stand for him. In New York, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Charlotte, ATL, Charleston, San Fran, Oakland, LA, B more, Detroit, DC, Chicago, and Ferguson. It's time for turning up, turning tables, turning heads, and it's time to plan. I take a line from my man Lin-Man who wrote Ham. Revolution is messy, but now it's time to stand. So stand up, stand up. Word to the words of the police, hands up. Word to the folks in jail, copping, please, please, people, copy me. No misogyny, but we gotta man up. We gotta open that can up. I'm not worried about becoming worm's meat. What concerns me is my people learning the difference between earning our own keep and working another man's land for free. One's just the same slavery. The other unlocks chains, so turn key. I hate that this deferred dream keeps recurring. Wake up, America. Wake up and hurry. Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to Riverside Church Social Justice Minister, Reverend Kevin Van Hook, and Rashad Robinson, President of Color of Change.
I'm Reverend Kevin Van Hook, and I have the privilege of serving as the Minister of Social Justice here at Riverside, and it's my honor to welcome you into this space this afternoon. Since its inception, Riverside has served as a focal point for global and national activism for peace and justice. That's our tradition here. And today, within that tradition, we are honored to celebrate the life and legacy of a religious radical who not only taught us how to dream, but also taught us what it means to make these bold and radical commitments, to seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Bold and radical commitments to let justice roll down like waters and righteousness a mighty stream. Bold and radical commitments to fight against evil and wickedness, even in high places. Today, we are challenged to remain within that tradition and continue within that work. The work of eradicating poverty, the work of fighting to ensure access to fair housing and clean water for all individuals, the work of dismantling racism and white supremacy in this nation. And we who believe in King's dream cannot rest until it becomes a reality. And so our commitment to you all here at Riverside is that we will work shoulder to shoulder, side by side, heart to heart, hand in hand, until that long-awaited day finally comes. So once again, welcome to the Riverside Church, and we look forward to being partners with you all in this struggle. Thank you.
How we doing, everyone? This is one of my favorite days of the year, to be in a space with so many people who are taking time out of their day and out of their year to think about justice. Every single day at Color of Change, we are working to find the ways to make justice real, to mobilize our 1.5 million members, Black folks and their allies of every race, to stand up and make their voices heard. And what is so important about this event is while we are celebrating the legacy and the work of Dr. Martin Luther King, we are also remembering all of those who stood with him. All of those folks who will never show up in the history books, but whose work and whose efforts helped to bring this country forward. The moment that we are in is not static. It is not simply about work moving forward or progress moving forward. Every single day we are in a fight to determine what the future of this country will look like. And so this day is simply not about volunteerism or service or charity, but about rolling up our sleeves and finding the new ways to fight for justice, because every single day we are up against so many battles. I am remembering a story that I recently read, and a story that we engaged in Color of Change. It's the story that we hear far too much of all around this country. But this one comes out of Alabama, and it's the story of Alvin Kennard. Alvin Kennard was recently released from prison after serving 36 years for stealing $50.75. His two other crimes were also low-level crimes on 3 strikes. The district attorney, who finally sort of gave in to the new rules and didn't continue to pursue the case, said that the original district attorney did nothing wrong, that this was just sort of dealing with the fact that it was time for him to get out. That same district attorney had that Amos quote on his wall: "Let justice roll down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream." Like so many people, we oftentimes find what we want to say and then we pick the words to tell us how to say it. Sometimes we call that taking things out of context, but I oftentimes think about it as putting things in context. Our work today and moving forward is, work about putting the moment for justice into context, to build the type of power that changes the rules and doesn't just bring charity, to recognize that the inequality from poverty to what's happening in our justice system is not unfortunate like a car accident. It didn't just happen. It is unjust. And it is our work moving forward to build the type of efforts to change those rules, to fight for a better tomorrow today, and to recognize that charity and volunteerism won't do, but justice and rule change is our only path forward. That is the effort to remember Dr. King, and that is why we need MLK now. Now, it is my honor to introduce someone that needs no introduction, the founder of Blackout for Human Rights, an incredible artist, director, and leader, Ryan Coogler.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? we got some of our Blackout team, Blackout for Human Rights, up here, and we just wanted to say thank you guys for spending this day with us here. To the folks that are here and waited in the cold to come inside, and to the folks that are online, spending time with us from afar. We just want to say thank you. We want to say thank you to the groups that collaborated with us and sponsored us and helped us in bringing this here. Big thanks to Color of Change. Big thanks to the Riverside Church and all the other partnering organizations. You know, a little bit of history about Blackout for Human Rights. We formed in 2014 when a lot of state-sponsored human rights violations and police murders and police brutalities were being brought to the light through the prevalence of technology and social media. Myself and a ton of other really talented artists and activists and organizers, you know, thought it might be good for us to get together weekly on a weekly basis and talk about it. You know, we would talk about it on Skype chats. We formed a little email group where we would share ideas with each other. And one of our founding members, Kareem Amir, had this idea of doing something around Martin Luther King Day. We talked a lot about how Martin Luther King's message and image and words have been twisted and turned into whatever people, you know, want them to be, and who the man was, you know, and for us, just keeping in context who the man was, the man who was taken from us and taken from his family at the age of 39. How many politicians do we have right now in office and people running for political office right now who are well into their 70s when you think about it? This man was robbed from us, you know, and we wanted to keep that in context. We also wanted to keep in context the fact that he was a fighter. He was a radical anti-racist and a socialist. So this event has always been for us about contextualizing the words of Dr. King and the words of other activists that came before and after him. And what better way we thought to contextualize it than by having artists share those words with you guys that are relevant today. We're so excited about this event, so excited to share this with you. And without further ado, we'll get started on a panel that's going to be held by one of our founding Blackout members, Black Puerto Rican American activist and organizer, Rosa Clemente.
What incredible energy, right? You know, and for the real Harlem Nights, not the gentrifiers, was good. My name is Rosa Clemente. I was born in the Bronx, hip-hop generation, Black Puerto Rican. Many say the times we are in are the worst. As a trained historian in Afro-Latinx identity, politics, and global Blackness, I see time as a continuum. But we are in a time of fierce evilness. There is a group of old, white, mostly men around the world who are dying dragons, much like the Game of Thrones. And they know that their time is up. So they are holding on, and it seems we cannot keep up or stay on it. At this moment, we also sit at intersections of all of our identities. Language is powerful, and we must particularly teach our young people, you are not the other, you are not a minority, your history is not just a history of repression, but one of fierce ongoing resistance. It is your responsibility to be in community, that you did not get here by yourself. And we must listen to our young people. Our youth are not lazy, they see no future. Our youth are not passive. Many of them engage in acts of rebellion every day. And we must harness that energy and teach them about love, community, and sacrifice. Over 2 years ago, Hurricane Irma and Maria devastated Puerto Rico. We were met with paper towels, ongoing corrupt governors, and lives of 60 people that we know will eventually reach over 7,000. But we resisted in Puerto Rico, and now people are demanding full freedom from colonial control. We are breaking the vestiges in our minds as well. But we've just suffered 5 earthquakes, an actual meteor hit Puerto Rico, and yesterday and today, warehouses were found with thousands and thousands of pounds of goods that have been rotting away. So now more than ever, we heed the words of Dr. King, that we fight against a global war waged against immigrants, migrants, citizens, LGBTQ people, women. That we not only speak truth to power, that we resist with everything, including our bodies. And lastly, that we are clear that climate change is now the intersection of everything. And climate catastrophe is now what will change patterns of movements. Movement, as a human being, is a human right. It's not a policy decision or an electro-political ploy. When this time is interrogated, do not be the person who did nothing. Your silence will be seen as being complicit. Let's get free. So it's my honor to moderate the first panel, a conversation about immigration and other issues. So I would love to bring up Lucia Allain, Communications Manager for RAICES, who has been doing incredible work, especially around children in detention. Tiffany Lofton, Director of the NAAC Youth and College Division, who's shaking it up all over. Philip Agnew, who I would love to see more, but at least we always see each other in the streets. Organizer, artist, and founder of Dream Defenders. And a dear, dear, dear sister, Lee Woodard-Henderson. I met Ashley when she was in college in Tennessee, and now she runs as a co-director the incredible organization and institution, Highlander, which please keep in your forefront because they had a fire last year, but you know, Ashley did what she does, is organize, but we have to maintain Highlander as an institution of organizing for our people. So I will start with Ashley. Hi, sis.
Hey, y'all. I'm good. It's good to see y'all. Y'all beautiful and packed in here. Good to see you.
I do just want you to give everybody a quick update on Highlander.
Yeah, so how many people have heard of the Highlander Center? What's up, family? Hey, y'all. How many people have been? Okay, what's up? Good to see you. Hey, Dom. So how many people have heard that maybe we might have had a pretty rough year last year? Anybody know why? Talk to me. Why? Because it was a fire, right? Did y'all hear what Phil said when Rosa said there was a fire? He called it an arson. Because what happened was white nationalists decided that last year, before the election, before we started ripping each other apart about partisan politics, they decided that it was the time of day to attack one of the oldest, black liberation organizations in the history of the United States that's been training radical revolutionary folks to take the new knowledge that they put together to change their material conditions where they live. And guess what? That could have been a thing that stopped us, and it wasn't. What we decided to do was to keep training people, to keep being a catalyst for social movements. And so we haven't canceled one event. We've trained hundreds, if not thousands of people since March 29th. And I think where we are at is recognizing that if ever there was a time for folks to actually be rooted in a radical politic, to use popular education, to learn together, and then to take that new knowledge and do something with it, now's the time. It's right now that there is no neutrality. That when Miles Horton said, you can't be neutral on a moving train, that means right now. That means right now that we got work to do, and so we're training those folks that are ready to do that work.
And Ashley, you've talked so much in your life about Black experiences for people down south, particularly over organizing, because the narrative is often it's white, poor folks organizing, and Black people may live in the South, but they don't organize. What does immigration look like, though, in Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, just like most places, I think, across the region, the demographics are shifting. But I want to say on the front end of the story that the beginning of the story is actually not one about just white working class people working. That what's real is like, how would you have had abolition without black people in the South? You wouldn't, right? Like, if we were being real about how social justice movements have happened in this country, that many of them are rooted and grounded in a revolutionary politic that came from the South, we believe that as goes the South, so goes the nation isn't an opinion, it's a fundamental fact. And so what migration looks like in the South is like a history of forced migration, right? Like when we hear the narrative about we're all immigrants, it's like, nah, bruh, some of us didn't ask to be here. One. Two, there are some people that actually were here that had to move because white colonial projects said so. Big fact. Right? Big fact. So it's like, what does it mean to start the story there? And then to move to a story where, you know, everything about agriculture in our state is rooted in a story about the revolutionary politics of migrant folks. Right? If we're talking about the highest concentration of low-wage work being in the South, and the people that are mostly doing that work are black and brown with and without papers. Right? So and then obviously, as you said in your earlier speech, like climate change is real in the South. It's not just hitting people on the coast being California and New York. That's real too, but it's also hitting people in the Carolinas. It's hitting people in the Gulf South. And so when we're talking about forced migration, it's also a contemporary story of people that are literally losing a football field a day because of climate disaster, because of erosion of the Gulf Coast, right? So when I think about some of the most revolutionary work happening in this country in this moment, it's in the South because every front line of struggle is rooted in that region. So I feel excited about the incredible work that folks are doing in local organizations and regional and statewide organizations and national organizations that have chapters in my region, because what's real is I think, again, as goes the South, so goes the nation, and I think because of the work that they're doing, we're going to win.
And Lucia, some of us have known of the incredible work of RAICES for a long time, but obviously the last 2 years, and especially the work around children in detention, I think it would be important to update so many people on some of the things happening, since it has pretty much left the mainstream media and even a lot of progressive independent journalists' ventures are not doing their job. And is there a way that we can find out exactly at the moment what's happening with children in detention?
Yeah, so hello everyone. I think one of the biggest things, you know, when I joined RAICES about 6 months ago, one of my first tasks was you have to go to the border. And I had to go to El Paso, and I met so many, you know, folks and children who were literally, I was in El Paso and a lot of folks were like, I don't know where I'm going. And a lot of people, when they see the media and when they see stories, folks are like, well, it's a lot of, right, the label of, oh, it's a lot of Mexicans that are like crossing, but little do people know, and it was seen maybe 1 or 2 stories in the media, was that there's a lot of Haitian immigrants, right? And there's no focus on a lot of the Black immigrants that are at the border. I met with about 20 folks on my own. I was there for 2 weeks, and I met about 3 to 4 families who didn't speak any Spanish, right? And there was no concentration or no media even speaking about these Haitian families. I met families from Cambodia, and there was no, I think the sad part about it is there is this discontinuation of conversation around what happens to the Black children that are at the border. No one talks about it, right? So one of the biggest conversations that we had at RAICES and projects that we're working on is really, how do we bring up more of these stories, not just to the media, but to our communities? Because even our communities, right, we know as Latinx, there's so much anti-Blackness in our community. And so even at home, a lot of people are like, what is my next move? How do I support? And yeah, sure, you should donate. But I think a lot of this starts is having these conversations at home, having these conversations with your friends. Hey, look, there's this happening at the border. There's a bunch of families, majority Haitian, Cambodian, families that aren't getting no attention. And that's one of the biggest things that RAICES is working on. A lot of our lawyers are intaking a lot of the stories, and just literally a lot of asylum seekers that are coming to our offices and are like, no one is paying attention to me. And just those are the biggest updates that we really talk about. And a lot of these folks are also talking about climate migration, right? And we talk about what does that mean? And folks are being displaced in their countries. And folks are like, well, they're just, a lot of people, talk a lot about like, well, they're coming because they're better opportunities in the U.S. Well, really, is there? Because what we're talking about is these folks are being displaced because of what the United States has been doing for decades, right? And so we don't hear that. We don't hear that. Folks are saying all around Central America the same thing, right? Folks are like, well, we're trying to get stuff, a lot of the crops are coming from out there. Yeah, well, a lot of these farmers are also losing a lot of their crops, and therefore they have to find a way to migrate here. And that's honestly a lot of the cases that I got to work with and got to meet while I was at the border come from those stories. I came because I lost, a lot of the crops that I was doing back in Mexico, back in Honduras, and that's another conversation, right? A lot of folks talk about Central Americans, but we forget that a lot of population in Honduras are a lot of Black immigrants. And again, a conversation that we don't talk about. And I think the biggest way to bring this conversation, again, it's not just donations. I feel like a lot of people talk about, well, I need to donate. It's really having these internal conversations at home and really talking about how does anti-Blackness affect me in my level of, in my family, in my friends. I just had a conversation with someone about this, with a friend who's like, well, let's talk about why we're so focused on the narrative of the Latinx immigrant. They're like, well, that's all I see in the media. And I think that's where it's wrong, right? Where we need to just keep pushing. And I think that's the job to anyone seeing this and anyone hearing this. If you're a Latinx person or a person of color that isn't, and that's another thing, oh, everybody comes, and then there's a distinction between a Black immigrant and an immigrant that's POC. That's a conversation that we continue to have. So I think the biggest thing is, if you want to know more updates, talk to your friends, look up. Literally, a lot of the updates come from RAICES, social media, but really is having these conversations, asking folks. I'm always talking about this, but also, once again, and I bring it up all the time, is talking about how anti-Blackness looks in these conversations and how do we expand that to continue to move that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. And Tiffany, I mean, the nature of your job has you traveling all over the country on college campuses.
Now it's in the global. I went to Ghana in August.
Oh, okay. You need it. Like, I need a little breather from America. The college campuses, I think there's always this misconception, particularly that college students are privileged or are not doing enough organizing and activism. And I think what I always tell people is, my personal experience, I grew up in the Bronx in the 70s, but when I went to college in upstate New York is when I knew Puerto Rico was a colony. And I've been Puerto Rican, So for me, college was the awakening. So what are you seeing on college campuses? And what does the discussion look like around immigration? Especially maybe a little regionally, depending what region you may be in and what type of campus?
Yeah, first of all, let me ask this question. If you're under the age of 25, raise your hand. High, raise it really, really high. Under 25, raise your hand. In the balcony, I see you. Okay, this is beautiful. Look around really quickly. So I'm 30 years old, and for the last 10 years, I've been doing this work for 12. People have told me, Tiffany, where are the young people? The young people aren't here. They're not engaged. They're not active. They're not leading. They don't care. They won't vote. They're not listening. We don't know where they are. And I just asked the folks in the room to raise their hand who are under 25. Raise your hands again. These are the folks. So what bothers me the most, not about your question, but when I'm dealing with like old white men or just older people who are more wise but also just a little sleep when it comes to what we're doing around our technology. It bothers me because they're asking a young person and I'm in the room. And sometimes we don't make the space for those young folks to feel, one, heard, but two, like they have shared agency in the room. So we're coming to this conversation making sure that in the NAACP it's constitutional. Every youth and college unit that I work with, which is 329 of them. I know people before me was like, we got 50,000 people. I have 329 active, in compliant chapters across the country with young people under the age of 29. And last year, because I've been in this job for 2 years, last year we got 34 new chapters. So don't tell me young people don't care. One. Two, there is a report that came out in December of last year. Everyone should check it out. The report is called Social Justice and Change in Higher Education. I forgot that man's last name, but the gentleman who wrote it, his name is David. He works at some big, large think tank. It's like a 300-page report. The executive summary, so I'm gonna give you the quick note version of it, is right now, along with voter suppression, the attack on immigration, the attack on labor unions. Shout out to Local 2110 that's here in the building trying to unionize in the church. I see you. I used to work at the AFL-CIO. And when we think about the attacks on labor unions and even the attacks on, I used to be the president of an organization called the United States Student Association, and right-wing organizations and litigators went around and canceled student ability to be able to pay for third-party organizations, which crumbled the infrastructure for students to organize on the statewide level. That same rhetoric and that same attack in this report is being articulated to basically kill everything that has to do with social justice and higher education. Period. They're like, wait a minute, y'all are getting a little too progressive and a little too radical. And it's not because you're watching the news, because we don't watch the news. It's not because you're learning it at your job because you're at work. It's because whatever school you went to, you were part of the Black Student Union and it politicized you. You found, when I was in college, I was running for student body president at UC Santa Cruz. It was 18,000 students, 300 of us were Black. So I'm running for president of an all-white school. And somebody hung a noose on my campus during Black History Month during my election season. So I get politicized because somebody's trying to kill me and attack me on campus because my Blackness is being threatened. So when we think about DACA students, which the NAACP has now sued Donald Trump over, and the Supreme Court will be ruling on that in a few months. When we think about your student organizations that you're a part of, whether it's ethnic student organizations, or whether it's the Democratic student organization, the Republican student organization, or the Palestinian student organization, whatever it might be, there is a conscious education reform strategy to remove all of those things from higher education. Because they know where it starts. So if it starts with you being at school and you feel it personally, and students have the agency to take the most amount of risk because we ain't got nothing really to lose, then they know they have to start there. Let's get rid of all the ethnic studies. Let's get rid of all the student organizations. Let's get rid of making sure that students are talking about policy on campus and inviting legislators to school. Let's get rid of all of that. It should just be a conveyor belt. You learn math, English, which is also political, but whatever. So math, English, science, and then you can keep it pushing. So we need to take seriously the threat, right, of our education, not just when it comes to student debt, which is what candidates are talking about, not just the cost of education, but what we're actually learning in and outside the classroom. That includes immigration. So when we talk about immigration, my students, most recently I was using an example, at Florida State University, there were a few white kids who decided that they were going to have a Mexican immigration party. This was last year. They built a cardboard wall, and in order to get into the party, you had to jump over the cardboard wall. The students from MECHA at Florida State University partnered with the NAACP chapter was there, and of course their first target is the chancellor. That's what people mostly do when they find something racist on campus. They said, no, we're gonna find out what's up with the fraternity. And they had the party off campus, so the campus was trying to remove their ownership over their responsibility to hold anybody accountable. So we see things like that all across the country with hate crimes. The conversations that are coming up, the anti-Blackness that you mentioned and talked about, which I'm so glad you brought up, the racist attacks that are happening in the classroom because conversations are coming up and people are not checking them. Right? Like that violence that happens in the classroom, which is really real. That's where these conversations around immigration starts. Where I work in Mississippi, we have Tougaloo and Jackson State University, and oh, okay, Mississippi, I see you in the building. And those students are planted from other states, right? So we're thinking about how do we make sure that absentee ballots are counted because those are not being returned back to people who are visiting from outside of states. We're thinking about climate change. We're thinking about education. We're thinking about healthcare. We're thinking about all these things, the list of things that impact students on a daily basis. And the students at the NAACP, and I'm not going to just stop there because 70% of millennials aren't even in college. So I'm dealing with the piece of the pie, but 70% of them aren't even in school. We're working with people in the community, making sure that our educational experience is not just subjected to the classroom or what your professor is telling you, but really to your everyday experience. And it's important that when we think about anti-Blackness and having these conversations in and outside the classroom, we have to take action and bring it to the polling site. And voting is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So we have to vote, and then we got to take action and do more.
I am talking. I'm waiting for him to ask him the question. And Philip, born and raised in Chicago, but you're in Florida now, or, I mean, I think you're a global citizen. You know, you're always somewhere traveling, doing work. I think most of us got to know you definitely post Trayvon Martin murder and the founding and creation of Dream Defenders. I mean, being in Florida, right, you do have this intersection of obviously Haitian immigrants and then kind of the old school guard, white Cuban right wing, that in itself is not only demographically changing, but phenotypically changing. And now, you know, this also intersection of particularly Puerto Rican migration that I think people don't understand that, yes, Puerto Ricans are American citizens, much like African Americans, second, third class citizenship, but that they're actually beginning, from what I'm hearing from some of my family in Florida, to put in barriers for Puerto Ricans to register to vote in Florida, right? Or even asking people like, where's your green card? And people are like, I'm Puerto Rican and I don't need one, but, you know. So you're seeing it, and especially with that forced exodus happening, and that most Puerto Ricans are now going to Florida and not in other places. So Dream Defenders has been doing incredible work with all those communities. What does that look like now at the current moment? And then, of course, if you could speak a little bit about voter suppression, especially in light of the win of those formerly incarcerated people getting their right back to vote, but now potentially having to pay some type of poll tax or fine to be able to vote?
So Rosa don't ask no hard questions. You see she's a professor. Before I begin, I want to just uplift Reverend Michael McBride, who is singularly the reason that I'm able to be here and on this stage, who isn't able to be here because he's working, but he is a reverend who is truly upholding the legacy of Dr. King in ensuring that he doesn't just preach from the pulpit, but he's everywhere else as well, so I want to uplift him. Florida has become a national and maybe an international punchline. And I think people forget that per capita, Florida lynched more people than anybody else. Floridians have completely erased whole cities like Rosewood off of the map. Florida is a murderous southern place. People get confused about Orlando and Miami, but Florida is absolutely a recalcitrant home of the right. And so everything that we win there in Florida is fought diligently, but they try to take it back. So last year, under the leadership of Desmond Meade, a formerly incarcerated brother, we were able to, as a part of a coalition, return the right to vote to 1.4 million people who had their right to vote taken because they had a felony conviction. And so, and this was an incredible victory fought for dozens of years, really, and led by folks that were told and laughed out of the room years before. And now this has become really a crown jewel if you work in democratic or electoral politics. And what they have done now is said that if you have not paid all of your fines after you get out of jail, that you still cannot have your right to vote back. So 65% of people in the state of Florida voted for this, and it passed, and now they are instituting a poll tax. You know how hard it is once you get out of jail to get a job. You know how hard it is to stay in housing, to get an education, and so this is a poll tax. What we've got to understand is that the vote has never been available to many of the people in this room. Citizenry has not been available to many people in this room. And so in the state of Florida, what we've had to do is continuously fight, and we're going to have to fight against this. And the reason they don't want Puerto Ricans to be able to vote is because the Puerto Ricans that are leaving because of climate, because this president and other presidents don't care about climate and are now having to flee their home and come here, they know that they've been living in a colony. They understand that they've been living quite brutally in a colony. They understand that the hurricanes that affected their homeland destroyed their homes because the infrastructure was destroyed because corporate people have been raiding that country and using it as a playground. And so when they come here, they are not so easily swayed by a right-wing person coming in and saying, you should vote for me. And so it's very obvious, I think, that they don't want Puerto Ricans to have the right to vote in the state of Florida because just last year, as I said, we got 1.4 million people back in the Army. And now we have 300 or so thousand, maybe more Puerto Ricans who have now come to Florida who are going to join the Army because they understand. They understand full well they don't need people telling them. And really, that's the legacy of Dr. King, right? That's the legacy of the South. They understood the importance of the vote. And it is not everything. And something that we say, it's not about the people who died before you. People did die for you, but it's about people who are dying around you right now. So if you have people who don't care about voting, and we talk to people every day, we go to barbershops, we go to corner stores, we go to sneaker shops, and we talk to them, HBCUs, and we talk to them about voting. And voting is not nothing. It's not everything. It's absolutely something. And if voting didn't mean anything, they wouldn't be trying their damnedest every single day to make sure that you couldn't vote. And so, to wrap it up, I think voting is an important and a crucial conversation, especially this year. But we have a duty to be real with people, and we've been badgered as young people. I'm young, I'm 34. Raise your hand if you're 34.
85 was a
we
good
still come
year.
out the house.
85 was a great year.
We gave some of y'all rides. What you talking about? This year, we got to talk about harm mitigation. We got to talk about the ability to move our country forward, but we've absolutely got to talk about the fact that none of us can stay home. That's right. We've got a duty to do it, and if it's not about the people who died before you, think about the people who dying around you and will die because you decided that it wasn't radical enough to go out and circle in some things.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing up, especially around Puerto Ricans, because Puerto Ricans on the island have one of the highest rates of electoral participation in the Western Hemisphere, okay? But now Puerto Ricans are so done with the corrupt government, we're not voting governors out, we're taking them out in a whole summer, and two more, and the next one, and the next one. I did want to make sure that we also, let folks know, some of us have hard critiques on the two-party system and electoral politics. I might be one of those people. And I did hear something interesting last year that made me say, one thing Richie Perez, a former young lawyer, always taught us is that you must use every tactic. And it was a rally in San Diego last year when we began to find out children were being separated. And Marisa Franco, who is one of the founders of Mi Gente, said in her speech, she said, it might not be everything, but right now we need harm reduction. And it really made me think what that looks like. But Ashley, and for the rest of you, as we begin to wrap up, I do want to specifically ask what you're seeing around immigration and migration as it particularly impacts and the different ways it can hurt, kill, and impact particularly LGBTQ brothers, sisters, and non-gender conforming people, Yeah,
I think that where I'm from and the people that I come from, whether they're black or they're Southern or they're black and Southern, is that by any means necessary means by all the means. I'm gonna say it one more time. Like, by any means necessary means by all the means. And it doesn't mean that I necessarily have to get down with every single one of those tactical interventions, but it definitely means I don't talk crap about the people that are. especially if it's saving my life on the back end. I can be critical and not be unprincipled, right? And I think, Rosa, that's how you've played the game. It's like you've been critical but not unprincipled. So I think as it relates to LGBTQ folks, I mean, I think that what we've seen is an upsurgence of people, one, being able to be out and proud about it, and saying that now's their time to lead. And so as in regards to migration or just, being a black person with papers that's queer in the United States, I don't think that it's just that we live this super pink-washed privileged life, but I do think that we've got a responsibility to actually stepping up and fighting on behalf of ourselves and our comrades that are also equally impacted by all the systems of oppression that are harming our folks. And because of that, I feel excited about the work that I'm seeing on the ground with Southerners on New Ground, right? Mary Hooks is a boss and is doing incredible work, and so many other leaders that have led that organization even previously to that. What I love is seeing cisgendered and trans and straight and queer folks in the movement for Black Lives changing the game. Changing the game. When people said, going back to what Tiff and Phil said, when they said that young people, we say 35 and under. I know.
I'm going to take that.
And what's real is some of y'all would say y'all 40s and 50s. Some of these elders in here would say y'all was babies. Age is relative. However, what I know for sure is that they said that young people that were a part of the uprisings in Ferguson, which, in no small way is the reason that many of us are on the stage today. Some of I would argue, the uprisings that we helped lead even previous to that and after Trayvon was murdered, but definitely Ferguson with a particular level of heat that centered Black young people in the narrative. They said that we wouldn't survive the winter. That the work that we were doing, we just couldn't stay focused, that we didn't have a vision, and we answered with the vision for Black Lives of over 40 different policy demands that were centering the most marginalized of our marginalized community, and that included immigrant folks, that included Black folks in Palestine, Black folks in Haiti, Black folks all over the world, and Black folks that are just in hoods and hollers, Afro-Latins like me. Right? So why I vote isn't necessarily because it's the most revolutionary thing to do. I'm not making that argument. We can fight about that over whiskey. The argument that I'm making is that I can't pass harm reductive or transformative policies if I don't control who's in the seat writing the damn policy in the first place. Right? And I see every day immigrant folks, all sorts of LGBTQ folks, working class people, putting their skin in the game, even when we don't always agree on every single thing. And I think that's a special thing. What I feel certain of, though, is that the thing that I think that brings us together, regardless of the identities, is really just goes back to some stuff that the InfraBL tried to raise a few years ago when we did Reclaim MLK, right? When the rising majority first started, our first public event together. And what we did was center this speech by Martin Luther King. Anybody heard of the Beyond Vietnam speech? Yeah. Anybody heard of Vincent Harding? So Uncle Vince wrote that speech. And that's where really King made it very, very clear that Black people cannot be free under a capitalist system. They can't be free as long as white supremacy reigns and as long as militarism is the reality, right? And I think that regardless of all of the tactical interventions that we might disagree on, we agree there, is that capitalism, white supremacy, and militarism have to go. And I'm excited to be in comradeship with folks that are making that happen every day.
So we're about to wrap up. So I would just like Philip and Tiffany and Lucia to just say what you think right now is the most important thing. Like if you had your 30-second elevator pitch for a movie, what does a 1-minute one look like for the movement?
Well, I'm privileged to be a part of a formation of people through the Movement for Black Lives who is intentional about the next year ensuring that Black men don't vote for Trump. So look, hold on, real quick. I only got 45 seconds now. Look, all Black men are going to vote for Trump, and we've got to engage with a conversation with Black men in a way that we haven't done in the last few years as a movement. And so that requires us to go to places where most of y'all are scared to go. And that requires us to have conversations that people don't want to have. We are losing people to the right because we're not providing a vision on the left. One that says that everybody can come here. Because you don't know the words, you can't sit with us. Because you don't know the pronouns, you can't sit with us. Those things are important, but we've got to provide opportunities for all people to be a part of this thing. So if I can, with my little 30 seconds, I want to say, if you're a black man in this room, it's time for us to get down and get in the fight. And while you're playing a video game, and while you're talking to your people, don't save the politics for when you're in the political room. We got to have these conversations every single place, right? And we cannot rest. We cannot rest while we're political here and our homie talking all type of craziness, right? And so that's what I want to leave people. We got everything to do, but my role over the next few months is to talk to every black man I can and make sure you join in this army. You either build or you destroy. It's only two options.
So I've been traveling a lot, and when I walk in, and when I work with my students, I ask them the question before we get started about what does freedom look like to them and what is freedom. And one of the most troubling things that has been happening to me in my experience in that is folks like to say what they need freedom from rather than what freedom looks like. We operate from a deficit rather than operating in an abundance. And so when I ask them what is freedom, they say, well, like getting rid of student debt. And I'm like, no. Freedom is free education so that we don't have to worry about student debt to begin with, right? And so I pose these set of values to myself. What am I really, when I say liberation and freedom, what am I fighting for? And if we're not clear or rooted and grounded in those values, we're going to get really burnt out and exhausted very quickly. And that's why when election conversations come up, we don't want to be engaged in them, is because we don't have a vision of what we're really fighting for. So I'm asking you all, not just to have the conversations that are challenging, but a lot of us are scared to have those conversations because we're not rooted in our own values and we don't know what we want. So I'm asking you to think about what those things are. I'll give you some examples. I want to make sure that we have free Wi-Fi everywhere, that we have free education, that women are able to choose what they're going to do with their own bodies, that we make sure we get rid of police. We have fair, clean housing, water. We have union jobs for everybody across the country, equitable wages. The list can go on. But what are the actual things that you know for sure right now that you cannot move on? And I want you to know those things, because when we say we're fighting for freedom, or when you go to the ballot, you have to vote in line with your values, not based off of the two-party system. So that's one. Two, I need you all to make sure that you're talking about the census. There's a lot of tricks and games that are happening, and the NAACP has been suing people for taking funding out of the census, for making sure that when we go to certain HBCUs, they're drawing these gerrymandering lines in between the campuses and confusing the hell out of people. Listen, census.gov, first of all, they're hiring, and they hire with pretty good wages, if you want to know about that. And they're decent wages, and they're temporary jobs. So go ahead and do that. One, share with people who are looking for jobs. And two, they're not coming to knock on your door anymore, y'all. They're sending you something in the mail with your password, and some people don't have computers and Wi-Fi. So we have to have a serious conversation to make sure everybody is counted and that it's fair and equitable for everybody. And last thing is, go vote.
I'll be quick. I know. I'll be quick.
It's okay, we'll wrap it up.
I know.
Yeah.
I think the first thing is first, right? I see a lot of faces here. I think one of the first things is continue to have a conversation about anti-blackness. There is so much to go for that, and it's anti-blackness, specifically in the Latino community, in every other community. You need to bring it up. You need to talk to, I think I want to echo what Philip said, literally. While you're at the club, while you're texting, while you're smoking that blunt, while you're doing anything, you need to go ahead and have that conversation, because we keep playing games around it, and people are like, well, we don't see our black brothers and sisters. Well, that's because we're not including them, and we're not talking about it. So having those conversations is important. Two is, RAICES is currently working on a big project called the Migrants Justice Platform, and I'm going to read all four real quick. Four of the biggest principles that they have. So the first one is, we don't believe some must suffer for others to advance. We're in this together. Pretty clear. We're all in this together. The second one is, white supremacists have implemented the programming from the White House. Our agenda must be respond accordingly. We know that. We're all just like everyone in this panel. The third one is, migrant workers subsidize the global economy. That's not up for debate. We all know that. We all know that, and we see it every day. The immigration is not our only domestic policy issue. We're here because you're there. So I think one of the biggest things is to end it is don't just focus on donations. It's the biggest thing that people always talk about immigration, is go out and have these conversations. Have it at the club. Have it wherever you need to have with your homies, because it starts there and it doesn't start at a march.
Well, can we give it up for an amazing panel, right? And we want to remind everyone, action-orientated as part of Blackout. You can tweet and hashtag MLK Now. You can text POWER to 225568, as well as Mockingbird 52886. As well, the Blackout Community sends our love and support to Pastor McBride, and also Oppo. I think you're watching. Oppo Tometi was supposed to be here, but she's sick, so we love you, Oppo. And one more time for Lucia, Tiffany, Philip, and Ashley.
Wait, can everybody, real quick, can you put your fist in the air real quick so we can get a selfie? Put your fist in the air real quick.
All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Ryan Coogler.
Time to kick off the speeches. We'll start with the poem, Speak the Truth to the People, by Mari Evans, from her 1970 book of poems, I Am a Black Woman. Evans' work is known for helping to launch the Black arts movement in this country. Reading the poem is an amazing actress, someone you may know for the series She's Gotta Have It. You may also know her for being the wife and support system behind Denzel Washington and mother and driving force behind John David Washington. She is also an amazing actor and musical artist in her own right. I want you to please welcome Pauletta Washington.
Speak the truth to the people. Talk sense to the people. Free them with honesty. Free the people with love and courage for their being. Spare them the fantasy. Fantasy enslaves. A slave enslaved can be enslaved by unwisdom, can be re-enslaved while in flight from the enemy, can be enslaved by his brother whom he loves, his brother whom he trusts, whom he loves, his brother whom he trusts, his brother with the loud voice and the unwisdom. Speak the truth to the people. It is not necessary to green the heart, only to identify the enemy. It is not necessary to blow the mind, only to free the mind. To identify the enemy is to free the mind. A free mind has no need to scream. A free mind is ready for other things. To build black schools, to build black children, to build black minds, to build black love, to build black impregnability, to build a strong black nation, to build. Speak the truth to the people. Spare them the opium of devil hate. They need no trips on honky chance. Move them instead to a black oneness, a black strength which will defend its own, needing no cacophony of screams for activation. A black strength which will attack the laws, exposes the lies, disassembles the structure, and ravages the very foundation of evil. Speak the truth to the people. To identify the enemy is to free the mind. Free the mind of the people. Speak to the mind of the people. Speak the truth.
Beautiful words from Miss Pauletta, huh? Truly amazing. We just wanted to take a little quick break while we're waiting on our next artist to come up. It's a grassroots event, so we thank y'all for bearing with us. Okay. So next up we got an incredible artist that I have not had a chance to work with just yet. But crazy enough, we grew up with each other in the Bay Area. He went to McClymonds High School from West Oakland, California. Somebody here from Oakland? Oh my God. It's amazing. He was an incredible athlete coming up. And I never knew he was an actor, until I got into filmmaking. And then I bumped into him later on down the road. And I see him here now. So we have a
from the hit film Aquaman and the HBO series Watchmen, and here to read in an adapted version of Edwidge Donica's 2007 testimony for the House Judiciary Committee's Subcommittee on Immigration, Citizenship, Refugees, Border Security. Please welcome Yahya Abdul Mateen II.
How y'all doing? It's woo! I love that song. It's a pleasure to be here. I think this is definitely my second, possibly my third time coming here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation to come out and to recite powerful words. It's always important, I found, to put words back into the world, important words, powerful words. We have songs, stories, history. It's important to reach back into pieces of our history, both distant and up close, and to put those back into our lives, because word is life. So this is a testimony for the House Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on Immigration, Citizenship, Refugees, Border Security, and International Law. Edwidge Dantica. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit for the record this testimony concerning immigration detainees and medical care. I write today not in my own name, but in the name and stead of a loved one who died in the custody of Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials and the Chrome Detention Center in Miami. His name was Joseph Nosius Dantica, and he was 81 years old. He was the patriarch, the head of our family. He was a father of 2, a grandfather of 15, an uncle to nearly 24 of us, a brother, a friend, and even after having survived throat cancer, which took away his voice, a minister to a small flock in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. He had been living in the same impoverished neighborhood in Haiti for more than 50 years when on October 24, 2004, United Nations troops and Haitian police forces launched a military operation there. Their goal was to oust armed neighborhood gangs. However, during the clash that followed, they used the roof of his church to fire at and kill more than a dozen of his neighbors. After these forces left the neighborhoods, because the shots had been fired from his roof, gang members came to my uncle's home and threatened to kill him. He was able to flee and eventually travel to the United States, where he had been a frequent visitor for more than 30 years. He had with him a passport and a valid multiple entry visa, which would have expired in 2008. However, because he requested what he termed temporary asylum, he was immediately arrested and taken to the Chrome Detention Center in Miami, where the medications he was taking for his high blood pressure and inflamed prostate were taken away from him. On the morning of his credible fear hearing, my uncle became ill as a result of this. To those who saw him, including his lawyer, he appeared to be having a seizure and he began to vomit. Vomit shot out of his mouth, his nose, as well as the tracheotomy hole he had in his neck as a result of the throat cancer operation. The vomit was spread all over his face, from his forehead to his chin, down to the front of his dark blue chrome-issued overall. According to a report prepared by the Department of Homeland Security, 15 minutes passed before help arrived. When a medic and nurse arrived at the scene, the medic accused my uncle of faking his illness. To prove his point, the medic grabbed my uncle's head and moved it up and down. It was rigid rather than limp, he said. Besides, my uncle would open his eyes now and then and seemed to be looking at him. Later that morning, my uncle's condition worsened, and with manacles on his ankles, he was transported to Miami's Jackson Memorial Hospital. He was evaluated by a nurse practitioner at 1:10 p.m. At 4:00 p.m., he complained of acute abdominal pain, nausea, and loss of appetite. At 5 p.m., he was transferred to the hospital's prison area, Ward D. The records indicate that he was seen for the first time by a physician at 1 p.m. the next day, exactly 24 hours after he had been brought to the emergency room. At 7:00 p.m., after more than 24 hours of no food and sugarless IV fluids, my uncle was sweating profusely and complained of weakness. At 7:55 p.m., his heart rate rose to 110 beats per minute. An electrocardiogram was performed at 8:16 p.m. The next note on the chart shows that he was found pulseless and unresponsive by an immigration guard at 8:30 p.m. He was pronounced dead at 8:46 p.m. There are certainly many heartbreaking elements to my uncle's death. However, there are certainly moments when the medical system in detention failed him. During our efforts to see my uncle in his last days, we were constantly told that the Department of Homeland Security officials, ICE, and Chrome officials had the right to make decisions in his care. In that type of situation, this can mean that they literally have our loved ones' lives in their hands. Therefore, if our loved ones are sick, they should be treated. If they need emergency care, they should get it. They are called detainees, but really they are prisoners. As family members, we quickly learned that. But even prisoners deserve to be treated fairly and decently and humanely. This is what we consistently tell jailers of other countries. How about we practice some of it here ourselves? Immigration detention is one of the fastest growing forms of incarceration in the United States. Deaths in custody will only increase if we neglect to care for people who are withering away and dying unheard of and neglected. People like my uncle, who was not just alien number 270419999, but a father, a grandfather, a brother, and an uncle, a friend, a clergyman who was extraordinarily loved and greatly treasured and is missed every single day by those who loved him very, very much.
The New York World's Fair of 1939 remained one of the largest ever held. Late 1939, not long after World War II began, the fair's organizers attempted to pay homage to the diversity of the U.S. population by erecting a Wall of Fame. At the Wall of Fame's inauguration, Albert Einstein gave the following little-known speech entitled, "These Two Belong to Us." Reading an adapted version of the speech is acclaimed comedian and writer Sidney Washington.
It is a fine and high-minded idea, also in the best sense, a proud one, to erect at the World's Fair a Wall of Fame to immigrants and Negroes of distinction. The significance of the gesture is this. It says, "These two belong to us, and we are glad and grateful to acknowledge the debt that the community owes them." And focusing on these particular contributors, Negroes and immigrants, shows that the community feels a special need to show regard and affection for those who are often regarded as stepchildren of the nation. For why else this combination? If then I am to speak on the occasion, it can only be to say something on behalf of these stepchildren. As for the immigrants, they are the only ones to whom it can be accounted to merit Americans, for they have had to take trouble for their citizenship, whereas it costs the majority nothing at all to be born in the land of civic freedom. As for the Negroes, the country has still a heavy debt to discharge for all of the troubles and disabilities it has laid on the Negro's shoulders. For all of the, we're gonna clap on that? Yeah. For all of that, his fellow citizens have done and to some extent still are doing to him. To the Negro and his wonderful songs and choirs, we are indebted for the finest contribution in the realm of art which America has so far given to the world. And this great gift we owe, not to those whose names are engraved on this wall of fame, but to the children of people blossoming namelessly as the lilies of the field. In a way, the same is true for the immigrants. They have contributed in their way to the flowering of the community, and their individual striving and suffering have remained unknown. One more thing I would like to say with regard to immigration generally. There exists on the subject of fatal miscomprehension. Unemployment is not decreased by restricting immigration, for the unemployment depends on faulty distribution of work among those capable of work. Immigration increases consumption as much as it does demand on labor. Immigration strengthens not only the internal economy of a sparsely populated community, but also its defensive power. The Wall of Fame arose out of the high-minded idea. It is calculated to stimulate just and monogamous thoughts and feelings. May it work to that effect. Thank you.
In his work, The Future as I See It, Marcus Garvey explains how the African American race must overcome their struggle with white America to move forward in society. Welcome leading actor on the series The Wire and a star of the Broadway production To Kill a Mockingbird, Binga Akinabe.
It comes to the individual, the race, the nation, once in a lifetime to decide upon the course to be pursued as a career. The hour has now struck for the individual Negro as well as the entire race to decide the course that will be pursued in the interest of our own liberty. We who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association have decided that we shall go forward, upward, and onward toward the great goal of human liberty. We have determined among ourselves that all barriers placed in the way of our progress must be removed, must be cleared away, for we desire to see the light of a brighter day. The Negro is ready. The Universal Negro Improvement Association for 5 years has been proclaiming to the world the readiness of the Negro to carve out a pathway for himself to the course of life. As friends, men of the Negro race, let me say to you that a greater future is in store for us. We have no cause to lose hope, to become faint-hearted. We must realize that upon ourselves depend our destiny, our future. We must carve out that future, that destiny. And we who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association have pledged ourselves that nothing in the world shall stand in our way. Nothing in the world shall discourage us. But opposition shall make us work harder, shall bring us closer together so that as one man, the millions of us will march on toward the goal that we have set for ourselves. Whilst we are bordering on a future of brighter things, we are also at our danger period, when we must either accept the right philosophy or go down by following deceptive propaganda which has hemmed us in for so many centuries, deceiving the people. There is many a leader in our race who tells us that everything is well, that all things will work out themselves, and that a better day is coming. Yes, all of us know that a better day is coming. We all know that one day we will go home to paradise. But whilst we are hoping by our Christian virtues to have an entry into paradise, we also realize that we are living on earth, and that the things that are practiced in paradise are not practiced here. Today, the one race is up. Tomorrow it has fallen. Today, the Negro seems to be the footstool of the other races and nations of the world. Tomorrow, the Negro may occupy the highest rung of the great human ladder. But when we come to consider the history of man, was not the Negro a great power? Was he not great once? Even the great poets of old sang beautiful sonnets of the delight it afforded the gods to be in companionship with the Ethiopians. Why then should we lose hope? Black men, you were once great, you shall be great again. Lose not courage, lose not faith, go forward. I have a vision of the future, and I see before me a picture of a redeemed Africa. With her dotted cities, her beautiful civilization, her millions of happy children going to and fro. Why should I lose hope? Why should I give up and take back a place in this age of progress? Remember that you are men, that God created you lords of his creation. Lift up yourselves, men. Take yourselves out of the mire and hit your hopes to the stars. Rise, yes, as high as the stars, the very stars themselves. Let no man pull you down. Let no man destroy your ambition, because man is but your companion, your equal. Man is your brother. He is not your Lord. He is not your sovereign master. We of the Universal Negro Improvement Association feel happy. We are cheerful. Let them connive to destroy us. Let them organize to destroy us. We shall fight the more. Ask me personally the cause of my success, and I say opposition. Oppose me and I will fight the more. And if you want to find out the sterling worth of the Negro, oppose him. And under the leadership of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, he shall fight his way to victory. And in the days to come, and I believe not far distant, Africa shall reflect a splendid demonstration of the worth of the Negro, of the determination of the Negro to set himself free, to establish a government of his own. Thank you.
Please welcome back Samora Pinderhughes.
This song is entitled For Those Lost. It's dedicated to the memory of Sandra Bland. Promise me I'll be alive when I leave my home. Promise me I'll be alive when I drive alone. Stoplights could be murder, movements could be murder, conversations be murder. Oh, promise me I'll be alive when I leave my home. Promise me I'll be alive when I drive alone. Stoplights could be murder, movements could be murder, steel bars and they put a charge on my name. Now I think they got me back in chains. If I die before you wake, I need you to know that I was looking forward to my new job tomorrow. But these lights my life may take while I'm on the road back. I can't stand the sirens, I hear them and I know what follows. They told myself I won't break, they shouted a warning, they made up a story, they said I resisted and I might go missing. All my mama does is pray she'll wake in the morning and not be in mourning. That's why I just need you to listen. Promise me I'll be alive when I leave my home. Promise me I'll be alive when I drive alone. Stoplights could be murder, movements could be murder, conversations be murder. Oh, promise me I'll be alive when I leave my home. Promise me I'll be alive when I drive alone. Stoplights could be murder, movements could be murder, conversations lead to confrontations, can't take it no further.
In his 1957 letter to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Bayard Rustin suggests themes for King's speech at the prayer pilgrimage to Washington, D.C. Coming to the stage to read the speech is singer, dancer, actor, activist, and a lead actor on the hit series Pose, Ryan Jamal Swain.
Dear Martin, I hope to see you and have a short time to discuss some important matters with you in Washington. I shall be there a day or so in advance. I understand that you will be getting in the night before. I shall call you at the Stadler to make arrangements for getting together. As Stanley told you, we discussed the contents of the paper he gave you in New York, entitled, "A Wind is Rising." I think the content of this is, as far as it goes, sound. However, I feel it is limited in these respects. A, there is no sufficient spiritual content, and B, there is not a clear statement on non-violence. In this connection, I hope you will consider using this occasion to call upon Negroes, North and South, to adhere to nonviolence in work, thought, and deed. Needless to say, this occasion is indeed an important one, and it reaches its possibilities. I believe you will need to say something to touch the following areas of life. A, something new by way of analysis of the racial struggle. B, something in relation to voting and labor cooperation. The two major areas where action is demanded and where action is responsible and possible in the wide struggle of community organization. And C, something striking on the question of nonviolence. While you will, of course, speak in your own way, I enclose a short outline of points that I believe meet the three areas referred to above. These ideas are not particularly logical, but have a significance which I feel is worthy of consideration. One, on the nonviolent emphasis. The form in creative action is always yes, no, yes. That is to say, a positive action, such as the idea of brotherhood, followed by a rejection, a no, rejection of segregation, discrimination, injustice. This must be followed by a positive action. The positive action is brotherhood, followed by the negative rejection of non-brotherhood, followed by a common action. Two, the need to expand the struggles on all fronts. Up till now, we have thought of the colored question as something which could be solved in and of itself. We know now that while it's necessary to say no to racial injustice, this must be followed by a positive program of action. The struggle for the right to vote, for economic uplift of the people. A part of this is the realization that men are truly brothers. I'm going to repeat that. A part of this is the realization that men are truly brothers, that the Negro cannot be free so long as there are poor and underprivileged white people. Three, this leads to the realization that economic and social change for the uplift of all poor people is part of the struggle of Negroes for justice. Four, in the United States, one of the most important groups for action on the economic uplift of underprivileged peoples is the American labor movement. Equality for Negroes is related to the greater problem of economic uplift for Negroes and poor white men. They share a common problem and have a common interest in working together for economic and social uplift. They can and must work together. Negro leaders and Negro people should defend the right for men to organize and eradicate economic and social injustice. Organized labor must work for the right of all men, black and white, to vote. They must eliminate segregation, or free labor unions cannot exist. This action is a part of the continuing program, which is the action yes. But this can happen only when we have said no to segregation and discrimination. Note, now in this connection, I want to talk seriously with you about the next step in action for the Southern Leaders Conference. It is this: a proposal that in September you call together Negro and white labor leaders in the South, and perhaps some for the North as advisors and counselors, to meet with the Southern Leaders Conference to discuss the role of organized labor in the struggle for freedom, and a proposal that labor implement the struggle for Negroes to vote freely. Actually, Martin, the question of where you move next is more important than any other question Negroes face today. This seems to me as a creative direction. On this, I shall have more to say when I see you. My reason now for bringing up this point is to discuss with you whether or not you see your way clear to announce that you have called such a conference and announce it in your speech. This will give a sense of direction and meaning, and the prayer pilgrimage impact will not be led in midair. The decision, as I understand it, is that the three co-chairmen will each have 10 minutes only to speak. This requires careful attention to each word if you decide to incorporate the three ideas suggested. I wish the arrangements could have been simpler, but apparently the decision has been made. At any rate, as soon as I feel you have gotten this letter, I shall call you. Sincerely, Bayard. Thank you.
Welcome back to the stage, Samora Pinderhughes and Cecily Bumbre. Please welcome back to the stage, Ryan Coogler.
Beautiful, beautiful music. How you guys feeling out there? Y'all with us still? We're so very excited about this next conversation with you guys. Last year, with our 4th event, we had the opportunity to have a conversation between an incredible journalist and writer and an incredible up-and-coming politician who works right here in this community. And it went over really well. It got a lot of coverage. A lot of the questions that this journalist asked this politician led to conversations that we still are hearing candidates for the presidency talk about today. it's our honor, as an organization, to be able to do a sequel to that conversation. I want to introduce that journalist. He's an incredible person, incredible friend of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's an honor here to be here on our King Day, to be here at the site of the great speech that Dr. Martin Luther King gave in protest of Vietnam. We're going to continue thematically today in this conversation between myself and our Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I wasn't actually finished my intro. I should have known better than to say your name. No, but that's good. So I'll say the two things. I'll just make you blush because you prep, for your interviews, and I'm going back and I'm reading through all of the Congresswoman's, recent interviews since the last year and everything. And I was like on the couch at home, actually this morning, always cramming. This morning I was laying back and I was reading that New York Magazine cover story on you. And my wife is like, doing whatever she's doing around the house. And then out of nowhere, I said, baby, if Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez runs for any other higher office, I think I gotta call her up and say, what can I do to help? And this is, and look, you actually don't understand how huge of a deal that is, right? Because I usually have to have this distance between me and politicians. I'm a journalist, I'm not gonna do X, Y, and Z. But I think, one of the things I actually talked to Ryan about when you came last year, because Blackout usually has this thing that, for the most part, they, in general, try to avoid politicians coming. But I think what you've been able to do is somehow transcend that. And I have to say, instill some of us with a level of faith in you that maybe we don't always have in politicians. So I think that's a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
That's the first thing. And the second thing I just wanted to say to you guys, I'm sorry you're getting the intro now.
No worries.
But this is important. All of us who have paid attention to you don't just see you, but we see the incredible amount of bile that you receive, that the squad receives. We see the President of the United States, the nominal head of the free world, encouraging that bile. Those of us who are gathered here today on King Day in honor of a man who was shot and killed, who was harassed by the U.S. government for opposing the very same forces that you oppose. We understand what it means for you to take the stands that you take. We understand the risk. We feel it. We understand what it means, particularly for a woman of color, to do that right now. So before we get started, just wanted to thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, as I told you, I thought we would revolve this conversation around, what Dr. King referred to as the three evils: war, poverty, racism, and I think maybe circle back to some of the things that we talked about last year. So, just to get this started, I wanted to just frame this conversation by asking you a somewhat personal question. How old were you when 9/11 happened?
I was 12 years old.
12 years old. And we have basically been at war ever since.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't the first war of my life.
Right.
Because I was born in 1989, and so the first Bush's Gulf War happened shortly after I was born as well.
Right, right. And so it's fair to say for the majority of your life, we've been at war. We've been at war in a particular portion of the world.
Yeah.
What does that say about our priorities as a country?
Well, I think the thing that's interesting about that question is that it's about whose priorities they are. Because not everyone, I don't believe our whole nation's priority is to slaughter people in other parts of the world. I think it is a priority of a powerful and concentrated class in the United States that happens to have a grip of control over our government.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And what is it, and how do you analyze the fact that we've been thus far unable to dethrone, uninstall that powerful class of people? Is that a systemic problem in terms of the electoral process, the political process?
Yeah, I think there is. I think, you know, in speaking about war too, I've been thinking a lot about when Trump tweeted that he was going to target cultural sites in Iran.
Right.
Really what that really means. And really how that functions, not just in our society, but how it's also an extension of white supremacy, in that the goal of all of this is to erase history and to erase our understanding. And I do think in areas where we are, and everyday people are, where we see that complicity in our lives, is the fact that it's something that's over there. You know, how we always have to center American lives over human lives. We don't think about the 250,000 innocent Iraqi civilians that died in the Iraq War. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the actual people who experience violence. And it is almost portrayed in media and in culture as people who didn't have a society anyway, as though there are people that were just kind of out in the desert somewhere. But these are people who are living ordinary lives that went to the grocery store just like us, and bombs are quite literally being dropped on them. And that is not the reality of war that we see, and I think, frankly, they learned that, you know, in terms of our media and our government learned that with Vietnam, that you don't televise our actions abroad. Because if we knew what we were financing and bankrolling, we would overturn it.
Yeah. You know, at the same time, I have to say, like, I thought a lot about that tweet too, because this was not like strategy. You know, as my colleague, not my colleague anymore, but my good friend, you know, Adam Serwer said, you know, cruelty is the point. And so that was a cruel tweet. And yet at the same time, it feels like it was a kind of messaging to maybe not all Americans, you know, maybe not even a majority of Americans, but at least a critical mass, shall we say, of Americans who like that idea. You know, what can we do to ensure that, you know, because I think a lot of times we put faith in the future, you know, it's like, oh, you know, this is just old white people, they'll die out and everything will be okay. I think Dylan Roof would have some words to say about that.
That's right.
What do we do, not just at, you know, in terms of the ballot box, but in terms of, you know, almost socially, culturally, to make sure that critical mass, which may always be with us, but shrinks.
Yeah.
And shrinks to a level that it can't elect a president, for instance.
Well, and I'm glad that you asked, what do we do outside of the ballot box? Because the ballot box very often is the thing that moves last in reaction to movement. And a lot of it requires that deep in the trenches work of being in the streets and collecting together. You know, it's like when Black Lives Matter started several years ago, we all know how it originally was perceived, that it's this fringe group disrupting society. To this day, the FBI investigates them, and activists doing the same. But that is honestly the true work. It's the activism, the organizing. Just this morning, some housing insecure mothers out in Oakland were able to actually secure a home through a housing land trust. And it's that kind
This
of...
isn't the same group that got evicted.
Yes.
It is the same group, okay.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
And that's the kind of organizing that's required, but that organizing challenges
many of the operating tenets that the United States was founded on, including racism, but also including the protection of capital over human beings. And you know, another thing that I've been really thinking and sitting with today is that there's this gun rights protest that's happening down in Richmond. And
on MLK Day.
On MLK Day. But here's the image that has struck with me the most about that, is that when we go out and march for the dignity and the recognition of the lives of people like Freddie Gray and Eric Garner, the whole place is surrounded by police in riot gear without a gun in sight. And here are all of these people flying Confederate flags with semi-automatic weapons, and there's almost no police officers at that protest. So who or what are our institutions protecting from who? And that image conveys it all. Conveys it all.
I want to take you back to your point about organizing, because I think this actually goes to something you were talking about in the New York Magazine article about the long-term organizing. You were citing Senator Sanders, for instance, the long-term organizing in Vermont. How does the Democratic Party view activism and view that kind of
I think they
notion?
view it as a nuisance. I think they view it as a nuisance. Many of them view it as annoying and that they don't understand the inside. And I think people are protesting precisely because they understand the inside.
And so forget the conversation of, that you usually see, from time. How do I take this, rabid white supremacist and turn him into, somebody that believes in a society of equality and that sort of thing. Within the ostensible left party, of America, how does one fight the war within that? Like, how do you get to the point where they don't view it as a... Because I don't think the Republican Party views their activists as a nuisance.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They see it as an asset.
Right.
I see it all the time. I remember I was in a House Oversight Committee, and it was one of the early ones. And there are quite a few members that are in swing districts on the Democratic and Republican side. And some of them won their races by 1-2 points. When you look across the aisle, the Republicans that won by 1 point dig their heels in and double down. And very often, the Democrats that win by 1 point try to act like conservatives. And so it's a difficult thing to measure, because the people whose lives get compromised in that position are people like my district in the Bronx and Queens. They don't win from that arrangement. And it is a struggle, because there is an intense pressure around this idea of unity. Don't challenge the party. Don't try to show that there are differences. It's like people had a meltdown when I said in a parliamentary democracy, Joe Biden and I would be in a different party. And it's not to say that in America we are in the same party. But it's to say that there are different values, and this idea of unity cannot work if the only thing we unify is around war and the concentration of wealth and injustice. And if that's the only place we find common ground, then we have way more work to do.
So, I'm going to give you the obvious counter to that, which is to say that, people in those districts, what they would say if they were here was that we can't actually help if we're not in power. And so why should, I, being, let's say somebody in that district, take a stand that actually might lead me to losing my seat, less Democrats in Congress, less power, et cetera.
That's something that we hear really often. That's why I often talk about the importance of dual power. In electoral spaces, sure, you need to have the votes, you need to have the seats, but there are limitations to electoralism. And that's why we have to be in the streets. A lot of these cities and a lot of now Democratic or blue communities didn't just end up that way. It's because we see and we have studied that the long-term impact of activism is the elevation of political consciousness. And that is the work that is so incredibly important, because in our lifetime, states that we consider to be very red have been blue as recently as the early 90s. Blue around labor issues, blue around anti-poverty agendas and issues. But and this is something that I do think the Democratic Party does, when we abandon communities, then we just allow whoever fills that vacuum to predominate. And I don't believe that we should give up on places like Alabama and Mississippi and Kentucky and Tennessee. I don't think we give up on those places. We just have to commit ourselves to a multi-decade struggle.
And within that, is it the cold fact that some people might lose their seats?
I think here's the thing that I think about that, is that this idea that if we are conservative enough and forgettable enough, we can secure permanent majorities, I think that's false. And I also think the idea of a permanent majority without delivering change is untenable. And so while I understand Baldwin talked about this, King talked about this, how long do we have to wait? That was literally the title of King's book, Why We Can't Wait. And I think ultimately that argument is understandable on certain issues. I compromised on this because of that. But ultimately, we also have to know what we're willing to lose our seats for and what we're willing to commit ourselves to. Because right now, I think the issue with Congress isn't a lack of planning. I think it's a lack of commitment.
And I also wonder, how much is this that, because a lot of times what happens is people will confuse two conversations. One conversation is, well, I'm doing this to maintain a certain majority, a political science strategy conversation. But another conversation is, I actually believe certain things.
That's right.
And so, if I were to ask, why is it that the Republican Party is not annoyed by its activists and the Democratic Party is, I would have to point to the presence of Wall Street in both parties. And whereas, you have a coalition of people in the Democratic Party, some of whom, like yourself, represent, those further to the left who actually, question, our future under capitalism, all the way to people that, actively, believe in Wall Street, believe it's a good thing. Last, Democratic president believed it was a good thing. Whereas on the right, it's not like that. There's no questioning of it at all.
Yeah, and, in what you said earlier, too, I wanted to go back to what you said about our left party. We don't have a left party in the United States. The Democratic Party is not a left party. The Democratic Party is a center or center conservative party. We do not advocate we can't even get a floor vote on Medicare for all. Not even a floor vote that gets voted down. We can't even get a vote on it. So this is not a left party. There are left members inside the Democratic Party that are working to try to make that shift happen. But you're right, it does convey a certain sentiment about true believers. And there are a lot of true believers that we can capitalism our way out of poverty in the Democratic Party. If anything, that's probably the majority. And that's an area in which I agree with Dr. King, that assessment is flawed.
So I have to ask the obvious question that comes out of that. I mean, you obviously made a decision, when you decided to run to work within the Democratic Party. What are the structural, and you said earlier in another country, you and Joe Biden would obviously not be in the same party. What are the structural conditions that makes it so somebody like you actually has to work within the party and not within a party that maybe would adhere more to, that would be a legit left party?
Yeah, well, first of all, in many other democracies in the world, they have a parliamentary democracy where where there are many parties and you build coalitions between parties to have a governing coalition. In the United States, we have a two-party system. I think it's a system that has a vote of little confidence in the electorate when you see that the largest plurality of voters are independent or not party affiliated. That tells you that there's a certain lack of personal identification. I think when you look at multi-party systems, because there are more parties, it allows people the opportunity to actually personally identify with a political party, in which case it becomes more of an agent of structural change. A lot of people who advocate for kind of a two-party duopoly in the United States says, oh, well, the coalition's built in, so you don't have to do all that work. But the problem is that you don't always know what your party stands for, and you kind of find out every cycle. And I think that is an issue in the Democratic Party. Just yesterday, the New York Times endorsed two candidates.
Right.
What is that?
Who don't agree at all, like who actually
right, and it's like, well, what is the Democratic Party if we can't? And they're two candidates that are very different, very different, and so I think it kind of serves to cloud political consciousness in the United States.
And also evidently voted for one that's not running anymore. He was like number 3. I want to come back to this war question, and then we're going to, circle back around, I think, to the party. So you mentioned earlier, I think the conservative tally since 9/11 is 250,000 civilians. I think it's really important to say that. I think in these conversations, a lot of times we start with our soldiers, and that's no disrespect, the folks that are sent off or volunteer to go off, and fight wars on behalf of this country. But I really, this is just me, I believe that ethically you should actually center people who never asked for it in the first place. I think that's an important thing to do, who had no vote, about whether there was going to be war. So you're talking about a 250,000 innocent lives lost. You are talking about $6 trillion, I believe is the last estimate I saw when I was doing my research this morning. And then we have this situation in an area of the country that you are obviously very familiar with, Puerto Rico. We have had Hurricane Maria, that earthquake last year. I want to ask you two questions. I want, to the extent that you can, I would like you to speak to the conditions in Puerto Rico right now, this administration's response to those conditions, and what it says about us that we can kill 250,000 people and spend $6 trillion and have the response that we've had to Americans.
Yeah, no, of course. Well, I think in terms of the physical impact on Puerto Rico, I think that's something that many of us either know or can imagine, that there was never any recovery from the infrastructure damage in Hurricane Maria, which was primed and positioned for thousands of people to die because of the Promesa Act, which has basically promised any investment generated by the island goes to Wall Street before it goes to our schools, before it goes to our hospitals, which just kind of primed the infrastructure for an intense amount of destruction after Maria. And the earthquakes, of course, exacerbated that. But I think the story that's not told is the impact on our collective psyche on the island. No one believes that the United States treats us as full citizens, because the United States doesn't. And there's almost kind of an apocalyptic mentality. That earthquake hit, and my own family, it's like they had all of these emergency backpacks ready to go with torches and MREs and rations because they knew that no one was going to come. And that's the psyche. And to know that a society does not care for you has a profound impact on one's psyche. And it's true. And whether it's in Puerto Rico, or whether it's the Bronx, whether it's Baltimore, or whether it's in any number of communities, when society has abandoned you, it completely shapes your worldview. And also, in terms of my own family, my grandfather died right in the wake of Maria. And my grandmother is now there. She's oxygen dependent. And when the power goes out, we don't know what's going to happen to her every time. And so that instability, which is a similar kind of instability when you don't have health insurance, when your family can't afford insulin, when these basic tenets of human dignity are not afforded for certain people, yet you see the United States Congress approve the largest military budget in years when we're not even at war, allegedly. It tells you that the destruction of humanity is a higher priority than the preservation and advancement of humanity.
I saw you use the term colonial.
Yes.
In reference to America's relationship with Puerto Rico. Why would you use that term?
Well, Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States. People, they are subjects. When you are part of a country, and especially one that calls itself a democracy, and you do not get to vote or have any say and your referendums on status, whether it's for independence or statehood, you can have referendum after referendum. No one's listening to you anyway. So you don't have a right to self-determination. You don't have a vote in the actual, and you don't have any federal voting representation at all. You are a subject. And a country with subjects is a colonial empire.
That's actually quite profound because if you extend that out to include, say, something like mass incarceration, right?
Absolutely.
If you extend that out, to include something like voter suppression.
That's exactly correct.
You start to understand, how that taint, of colonialism includes, much more than, a place that, too many Americans regard as distant, even though it's America. I want to circle back to something, and this was a conversation. We had this conversation about billionaires last year. And as I'm sure you saw, there's a lot of response. Yeah, there's a lot of response to that. And I think, one of the things I saw one of the guys say is, well, I better know how to dispense and deal with my resources than the government does. And I wonder what you think of that. Forgive me for laughing. I'm trying to pose the action. But no, seriously, I wonder what your response is.
So I think there's two aspects to this. One is the idea that the underlying idea that billionaires can save us, like they can charity themselves or ourselves into a just society. I think that's an underlying tenet, which I just believe is false. But also this idea that public money inherently belongs in the hands of the government. And I disagree with that notion as well. I think that there are certain systems that we share and we can establish as public systems for the sake of scale and for the sake of efficiency, healthcare, education, etc. But there's also this piece that doesn't get discussed, which is basically that they're arguing against people having actual democratic power in our economy, which is a very different argument. It's to say we can't have different kinds of business models. Business must be exploitative. We can't have worker cooperatives or worker-owned businesses. All of things that can exist in a quote-unquote free market society, but just doesn't follow the rules of concentration of money and power. So I think that that's ultimately the answer. Because first of all, it's like we have to update, what is it, Mark Twain, that says, everyone's just a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. Now everyone's a temporarily embarrassed billionaire. And this idea that that we can't, and also in a democracy, the government is us. Like, can we just remember that? That when we fight for full enfranchisement, when we don't deny the vote, when we don't have subjects, when we fight for a democracy for the people and by the people, the government is the public. And the public decides what is good for itself. And I think that the public has decided that healthcare as a right is worth fighting for, just like education and just like housing. But the problem is all of where the power has already been concentrated, and that having to break that monopoly on power or oligopoly on power.
I just want to drill down that a little bit more, though. Why specifically does, I'm Joe Billionaire, I made widgets, I sold those widgets, I made billions of dollars, selling those widgets, making those widgets. Therefore, those billions of dollars are mine. Why am I the enemy of healthcare?
Well, you didn't make those widgets, did you? Because you employed thousands of people and paid them less than a living wage to make those widgets for you. You didn't make those widgets. You sat on a couch while thousands of people were paid modern-day slave wages, and in some cases, real modern-day slavery, depending on where you are in terms of food production. You made that money off the backs of undocumented people. You made that money off of the backs of black and brown people being paid off under a living wage. You made that money off of the backs of single mothers. And all of these people who are literally dying because they can't afford to live. And so no one ever makes $1 billion. You take $1 billion. And it's not, and all of that to say is that and I'm not here to villainize and to say billionaires are inherently morally corrupt. But they are, some disagree with me, clearly. I think there is a case, but it's not to say that. It's to say that this system that we live in, life in capitalism, always ends in billionaires. If you don't do it, someone else will. It's who decides to make that choice is kind of just up to, circumstance. But this thing that we live in starves people. And that's why we have to fight for an advanced society. And, for that, I am called a radical. I am called every name in the book. But I just happen to have the view that humanity has lived in many systems and many ways that we organized our society. We have lived through monarchy. We have lived through slaveocracy. We have lived, in the times and societies that our ancestors established and were decimated. But all of this is temporary. Mercantilism is temporary. Slaveocracy evolved into Jim Crow, evolved into American apartheid. But I believe that mercantilism was temporary. And King talked about this too. When we talk about King, no one talks about the dangerous king. No one talks about the anti-capitalist king. No one talks about the anti-poverty king. And I believe that where we are right now are at the edges of an untenable system that is starting to crack.
So if you have, I don't make widgets. I just want to be clear about that. I don't even like widgets. I avoid widgets. If you have, so I'm not sitting here. Bill Gates is sitting here. He's, patting himself on the back, has been patted, on the back, for the pledge to give away X amount of dollars. You have mentioned earlier that charity is insufficient. That perhaps it shouldn't be, up to you in the first place to say, hey, I'm going to, of my own beneficence, give away X number of dollars or whatever. What can Billionaire Joe do right now? Right now? To not, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think
to not plague the world.
it's an excellent, I think it's an excellent question. I think that giving, this is not to say that charity is wrong,
right?
But also it's important in who we give to. And we have to...
It's also not a systemic answer.
Right.
Like charity is
and it's not a
systemic
answer because if you're a billionaire and you want to do good, then I think what you need to do is advocate, first of all, change your business model. That's the first one. If Jeff Bezos...
He doesn't have to be Amazon.
If Jeff Bezos wants to be a good person, he turned Amazon to a worker cooperative.
Right.
Not what do I do with all of this money that I have created with this unjust system. And usually if you're a billionaire, that means that you control a massive system. It means that you own oil supplies. It means that you control textiles. It means that you have a massive labor force under your control. And to be ethical, if you're a billionaire today, the thing that you need to do is give up control and power. So I don't want your money as much as we want your power. The people, not me. That's going to get cut and clipped.
It's all going to get cut and clipped.
It's all going to get cut and clipped. But seriously, we don't want to demand for a billionaire to fund this or that. What we want to demand is to change these systems, change the business model that has exploited so many people so that someone could have $1 billion. I mean, how many people here have worked a minimum wage job or worked in hospitality or just straight up not know if they were going to make rent at the end of the month? And in the most advanced society and the most wealthy society, it's not because there's a lack of resources. It's because we are dependent on a system that keeps most people at the biting edges so that someone can have a helipad, a personal one.
Yeah. I wonder what these conversations have historically been for you within your family and your closest community members. I find, and I'll just speak, being African American and coming up, in a period of hip hop and around people who have not had and probably aspire to some of the symbols and some of the accoutrements and objects that capitalism promises out. It strikes me that we kind of have a difficult task because we have to organize around a group of people who've been held, from having certain things, and almost at the same time say them, you shouldn't want those things.
I don't even think that it's that we shouldn't want those things because what we advocate for is not about doing without.
Well, let me be a little bit more specific. I think in a lot of the music and culture that comes out of our community, the idea of being a billionaire is not seen as a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, I think about this too, because even on a small level, it's like when people criticize folks in my family or folks in the Bronx for having new Jordans.
Right.
And they go into this whole respectability politics thing. That's just, it's a black hole. But I think the thing about that too is that the reason why I think there's a drive for it and why, frankly, it feels good to floss in an expensive outfit is because we're not supposed to have those things. It's because it's almost like an act of rebellion because we've been baked in and we know that like for the longest period of time, like we're the people that go without, right? It's like, it's my grandmother doesn't have power when she doesn't have oxygen. And so it's like, for communities that have been marginalized to be able to have these things, it's how I felt when I first walked into Congress and I saw my plaque kind of next to my office. And I was like, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to have this. I'm gonna get found out. And, but it felt very upending, like there was a crack in the system. And I think that sometimes we feel that way, whether it's a pair of new Jordans or whether it's like a music video. And I think that's okay. You know, I think it's totally fine and human and natural to feel that way.
So my Jordans are okay.
I think your Jordans are okay. You know, it's like if we live in it, then like live in it while fighting for a better world.
Right, right. So you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about policy, and obviously you have you know, an agenda and a set of policy beliefs. But there is, I think, a level of attention that comes to you, and I want to broaden this out to the squad in general, that may go beyond policy. On the one hand, you know, I saw, for instance, Ayanna Pressley and, you know, the things she did with alopecia.
Yeah, with her alopecia. Powerful.
And I think this response is testament to it, right? Like what that symbolizes, what that means, you know? At the same time, I think that I know that there are other people in this country who you guys symbolize something else for. You know, and as I said at the top of the conversation, where you have a situation where the President of the United States is literally using, and I just, you know, listen, you know, I'll pay for this later or not, I don't care, whatever. I just don't think if it's, you know, if Ilhan Omar is not a black woman who wears a head wrap, I don't think it happens like that.
Absolutely.
I just don't think, you know, I just don't believe it. I don't think it works.
Absolutely.
And so I wonder, you know, we had this conversation last year about social media. I just want to broaden that out because, I mean, I don't think like maybe 4 or 5 years ago you could have seen this right now. And so I wonder how you and the four of you in general deal with the intense violence-tinged response that you get.
Well, I think one thing that is important to just say is that it does take a toll. It does take a toll. It takes a toll on us, and we are prominent, but it's the same kind of toll that it takes on activists in the streets, especially black women, fighting endlessly day in and day out. All of that, it takes a toll. You know, alopecia is an autoimmune disorder that is exacerbated by stress. When I was running, I lost like 10 pounds that I didn't have to lose. Like, all of this takes a toll. So it's not to say that like, oh, water off a duck's back, it ain't no thing. It is a thing. But I do think that the thing that, you know, I was, and speaking of Ayanna, you know, I remember talking to her a couple months ago, and it was literally like, we were in a bathroom in the Capitol. Like, we had like snuck off to find some space together. Because it feels so hostile, chronically hostile. But we were in the bathroom together, and she said, you know, we have a lot, and it's more than this, but still the only thing we have is each other. And we consciously, the four of us, talk about sisterhood all the time. And that we have decided, we have made an active commitment to each other above everything else. And that transcends politics, it transcends all of this. We have made a commitment to each other. And I think in a system and an environment like today, whether you're talking about late-stage capitalism, whether you're talking about racism, whether you're talking about the president, or whether you're just talking about just the difficulties of life, sisterhood can defeat almost all of it. And like that kind of family commitment, like when we say we're family, like we decide, you know, it's like going into this presidential or what have you, like our sisterhood's more important. We've decided. That's it. And that doesn't mean that we're the same all the time, always. But what it means is that it's not like it's not a unity thing, it's a commitment thing. And so I think that's a huge part of it. And also, you know, it's like having supportive friends, relationships, like the community aspect to our everyday life is the antidote to the ravages of this in our personal lives. And it's no coincidence that as the work days get longer, because you're making the same on longer hours, that the thing that gets sacrificed is that portion of your day that used to be dedicated to community. Like when the labor movement was really active, it was 8 hours for sleep, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for what you will. We don't have that 8 hours for what you will, because that 8 hours for what you will was church, it was your Girl Scout troop, it was those elements of community, which when you get people together, committed to each other for long enough, they start to challenge power. And so it serves a dual purpose. But that commitment, like if you walk out today and you don't have that commitment in your life, like create it, seed it, start it, because it will transform you.
I go back to the last thing you said, and that is that it does take a toll. There are people who come into Congress and they come into politics, period, and they can do it for long periods of time. It can be their lives. And, you know, I don't want to be presumptuous, but you're so open and honest and accessible. I just wonder, is this, like, do you see yourself with the career in politics? Like, is that it? Or are you exercising power in other ways? Or?
You know, people talk to me all the time. Like, they'll just kind of holler, like, about running for higher office.
I don't even mean that, though. Like,
yeah, or just like a career in politics in general. And I just feel like I get into too much trouble for that. And you know, I just came here from a breakfast with clergy in the Bronx. And one of the things that I said was, first of all, I didn't go into this with a plan. But for me, the approach that I take is I have less of a plan. I'm just waiting to see what the plan is for me. And that may be just like packing up my things and moving to a cabin somewhere and like being a lumberjack. I don't know. Right. But I don't know what shape or what form my life will take, and I don't impose a plan on it because I have given it myself personally, in my context of things, I have given it to a higher power.
I think that's a great note to end on. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much. Thank you for coming back. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? You guys good? So we have I mean, what a beautiful conversation there. We had the opportunity to do something right quick that we've never done before. Before we get into it, just want to make sure that you guys who are active on social media, make sure that you guys tweet out, post hashtag MLK Now. It's helpful to get eyes on it for the folks who aren't here. So we ask that you guys do that. Very recently, the journalist Michael Harriot, who works for The Root, had the opportunity to listen to a previously unreleased recording of a speech by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We got the opportunity from The Root to play this actual speech. I'm not sure if any of you guys have had a chance to hear it, but we thought that it would be very appropriate. It's about 5 minutes long, and it has a lot to do with what the Congresswoman and Ta-Nehisi was just talking about. So I want you guys to listen carefully. Thank you.
So we suffer from a kind of poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The problem is, my friends, that we have learned to fly the air like birds, and we have learned to swim the seas like fish, and yet we haven't learned to walk the earth like brothers and sisters. Racial injustice is still the black man's burden and the white man's shame. So wherever we live in America, we have to face the fact honestly that racial discrimination is present. So don't get complacent. Certainly we've made some strides. We've made some progress here and there, but it hadn't been enough. It hadn't been fast enough. And although we've come a long, long way, we still have a long, long way to go. In 1863, the Negro was freed from the bondage of physical slavery through the Emancipation Proclamation signed by Abraham Lincoln. But the Negro was not given any land to make that freedom meaningful. And you know, it was something like having a man in jail for years and years, and then you suddenly discover that this man is innocent. And go to him and say, now you are free. The man's been unjustly jailed for 35 or 40 years, and you just put him out of jail saying, now you are free. You don't give him any bus fare to get to town, no money to buy any clothes, no money to get something to eat. This is what happened to the black man in this country. I can't limit my concern to the middle class. I can't limit my concern to this particular situation where a Negro comes and says, I'm the first this. I'm just tired of the first Negro. I want some seconds and some thirds and some fourths. The civil rights movement has to address itself to this, and the nation has to do it. You see, we are such a rich nation and affluent nation, and we often don't see the poor. There are some, you see, most white people can't see the poor because they live in the suburbs, and then they get in town in these big cities on expressways. They don't know nothing about Watts. They've never been there. They don't know anything about Huff in Cleveland, or the west side, or the south side of Chicago, or Harlem. They've never seen it. And they allow the poor to become invisible. And a lot of Negroes, you know, who have somehow sailed or floated out of the backwaters or the muddy waters, and they've kind of been able to ease out into the fresh-flowing waters of the mainstream, have forgotten the stench of the backwater. I can hear a voice saying that wasn't enough. I was hungry, and you fed me not. I was naked, and you clothed me not. I needed shelter, and you didn't give it to me. I needed a drink of water. And in a world that's 3/4 water, you made me pay a water bill.
Performing a new anti-war song, welcome back Samora Pinderhughes.
Hey, hey, haven't you heard? It's time to go to war. Hey, hey, haven't you heard? Time to settle the score. What else can I do with all this hate I have inside me? What else can I do with all the lessons you provide? Give me a weapon, give me a couple lessons. I can't even feel it anymore. Who's fighting? Who's dying? Who's dying for the cause? Who's fighting? Who's dying? Who's dying for the cause? Hey, hey, haven't you seen our people on TV? They killed one of our sons. How can we make them bleed? What else can I do with all this rage you put inside me? How else can I move but with the lessons you provide? Solve my depression. Now I'm a lethal weapon. I can't even feel it anymore. Who's fighting? Who's dying? Who's dying for the cause? Who's fighting? Who's dying? Who's dying for the cause? Cut out all my thoughts. Focus on the gun. All the things we bought. Lead the things we've done. Death is very cheap on the moving screen. But you can't feel that loss if you can't feel the touch. It's so cold. I feel water in my eyes. Who's dying? for to go.
Reading Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break the Silence, delivered April 4th, 1967, here at Riverside Church. Welcome one of the stars of the Broadway smash hit musical Hamilton and a star of the upcoming movie In the Heights, Anthony Ramos.
In 1957, a sensitive American official overseas said that it seemed to him that our nation was on the wrong side of a world revolution. During the past 10 years, we have seen emerge a pattern of suppression, which has now justified the presence of U.S. military advisors in Venezuela. This need to maintain social stability for our investments accounts for the counter-revolutionary action of American forces in Guatemala. It tells why American helicopters are being used against guerrillas in Cambodia and why American napalm and Green Beret forces have already been active against rebels in Peru. It is with such activity that the words of the late John F. Kennedy come back to haunt us. 5 years ago, he said, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken. The role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments. I'm convinced that if we are to get on the right side of the world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin to shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers profit, motives and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. A true revolution of values will soon cause us to question the fairness and justice of many of our past and present policies. On the one hand, we are called to play the Good Samaritan on life's roadside, but that will be only an initial act. One day, we must come to see that the whole Jericho Road must be transformed so that men and women will not be constantly beaten and robbed as they make their journey on life's highway. True compassion is more than flinging a coin to a beggar. It comes to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. A true revolution of values will soon look uneasily on the glaring contrast of poverty and wealth. With righteous indignation, it will look across the seas and see individual capitalists of the West investing huge sums of money in Asia, Africa, and South America, only to take the profits out with no concern for the social betterment of the countries and say, this is not just. It will look at our alliance with the landed gentry of South America and say, this is not just. The Western arrogance of feeling that it has everything to teach others and nothing to learn from them is not just. A true revolution of values will lay hand on the world order and say of war, this way of settling differences is not just. This business of burning human beings with napalm, of filling our nation's homes with orphans and widows, of injecting poisonous drugs of hate into the veins of people normally humane, of sending men home from dark and bloody battlefields physically handicapped and psychologically deranged, cannot be reconciled with wisdom, justice, and love. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift and is approaching spiritual death. America, the richest and most powerful nation in the world, can well lead the way in this revolution of values. There's nothing except a tragic death wish to prevent us from reordering our priorities so that the pursuit of peace will take precedence over the pursuit of war. There's nothing to keep us from molding a recalcitrant status quo with bruised hands until we have fashioned it into a brotherhood. This kind of positive revolution of values is our best defense against communism. War is not the answer. Communism will never be defeated by the use of atomic bombs or nuclear weapons. Let us not join those who shout war and through their misguided passions urge the United States to relinquish its participation in the United Nations. These are days which demand wise restraint and calm reasonableness. We must not engage in a negative anti-communism, but rather in a positive thrust for democracy, realizing that our greatest defense against communism is to take offensive action in behalf of justice. We must, with positive action, seek to remove those conditions of poverty, insecurity, and injustice, which are the fertile soil in which the seed of communism grows and develops. These are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. The people who sat in darkness have seen a great light. We in the West must support these revolutions. It is a sad fact that because of comfort, complacency, a morbid fear of communism, and our proneness to adjust to injustice, the Western nations that initiated so much of the revolutionary spirit of the modern world have now become the arch anti-revolutionaries. This has driven many to feel that only Marxism has a revolutionary spirit. Therefore, communism is a judgment against our failure to make democracy real and follow through on the revolutions that we initiated. Our only hope today lies in our ability to recapture the revolutionary spirit and go out into a sometimes hostile world, declaring eternal hostility to poverty, racism, and militarism. With this powerful commitment, we shall boldly challenge the status quo and unjust mores, and therefore speed the day when every valley shall be exalted and every mountain and hill shall be made low. The crooked shall be made straight and the rough places plain. A genuine revolution of values means, in the final analysis, that our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole in order to preserve the best in their individual societies. We are now faced with the fact, my friends, that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Procrastination is still the thief of time. Life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. The tide in the affairs of men does not remain at flood, it ebbs. We may cry out desperately for time to pause in her passage, but time is adamant to every plea and rushes on. Over the bleached bones and jumbled residues of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, too late. There is an invisible book of life that faithfully records our vigilance or our neglect. Omar Khayyam is right. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. We still have a choice today. Nonviolent coexistence or violent co-annihilation. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. And if we will only make the right choice, we will be able to transform this pending cosmic elegy into a creative psalm of peace. If we will make the right choice, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our world into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If we will but make the right choice, we will be able to speed up the day all over America and all over the world when justice will roll down the waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Thank you so much.
Reading Barbara Jordan's 1976 Democratic National Convention keynote address. Please welcome star of Queen Sugar, Dawn Leanne Gardner.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this very warm reception. It was 144 years ago that members of the Democratic Party first met in convention to select a presidential candidate. Since that time, Democrats have continued to convene once every 4 years and draft a party platform and nominate a presidential candidate. And our meeting this week is a continuation of that tradition. But there is something different about tonight. There is something special about tonight. What is different? What is special? I, Barbara Jordan, am a keynote speaker. A lot of years have passed since 1832, and during that time, it would have been most unusual for any national political party to ask a Barbara Jordan to deliver a keynote address. But tonight, here I am. And I feel that notwithstanding the past, that my presence here is one additional bit of evidence that the American dream need not forever be deferred. Now that I have this grand distinction, what in the world am I supposed to say? I could easily spend this time praising the accomplishments of this party and attacking the Republicans, but I don't choose to do that. I could list the many problems which Americans have. I could list the problems which cause people to feel cynical, angry, frustrated. Problems which include lack of integrity in government, the feeling that the individual no longer counts, the reality of material and spiritual poverty, the feeling that the grand American experiment is failing or has failed. I could recite these problems, and then I could sit down and offer no solutions. But I don't choose to do that either. The citizens of America deserve more. They expect more, and they want more than a recital of problems. We are a people in a quandary about the present. We are a people in search of our future. We are a people in search of a national community. We are a people trying not only to solve the problems of the present, but we are attempting on a larger scale to fulfill the promise of America. We are attempting to fulfill our national purpose, to create and sustain a society in which all of us are equal. Throughout our history, when people have looked for new ways to solve their problems and to uphold the principles of this nation, many times they have turned to political parties. They have often turned to the Democratic Party. What is it? What is it about the Democratic Party that makes it the instrument that people use when they search for ways to shape their future? Well, I believe the answer to that lies in our concept of governing. Our concept of governing is derived from our view of people. It is a concept deeply rooted in a set of beliefs firmly etched in the national conscience of all of us. A nation is formed by the willingness of each of us to share in the responsibility for upholding the common good. A government is invigorated when each one of us is willing to participate in shaping the future of this nation. In this election year, we must define the common good and begin again to shape a common future. Let each person do his or her part. If one citizen is unwilling to participate, all of us are going to suffer. For the American idea, though it is shared by all of us, is realized in each one of us. Let there be no illusions about the difficulty of forming this kind of a national community. It's tough, difficult, not easy. But a spirit of harmony will survive in America only if each of us remembers that we share a common destiny. If each of us remembers when self-interest and bitterness seem to prevail, that we share a common destiny. I have confidence that we can form this kind of national community. I have that confidence. Now, I began this speech by commenting to you on the uniqueness of a Barbara Jordan making a keynote address. Well, I'm going to close my speech by quoting a Republican president. And I ask that as you listen to these words of Abraham Lincoln, relate them to the concept of a national community in which every last one of us participates. As I would not be a slave, so I would not be a master. This expresses my idea of democracy. Whatever differs from this, to the extent of the difference, is no democracy. Thank you.
As the head of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, John Lewis drafted a fiery speech to present to the crowds gathered at the 1963 March on Washington. But the night before the storied march, the speech was mistakenly leaked to the press. And as word of its contents began to spread, Lewis was summoned to a meeting with the march leaders and urged to tone down certain elements. Reading the original fiery version of Lewis's speech is the star of the award-winning film Selma and Moonlight and the Broadway production of August Wilson's Jitney, Andre Holland.
Good afternoon, everybody. Look like somebody ought to be in here with me. Good afternoon, everybody. All right. We march today for jobs and for freedom. But we have nothing to be proud of. For hundreds and thousands of our brothers are not here. They have no money for their transportation because they are receiving starvation wages or no wages at all. In good conscience, we cannot support wholeheartedly this administration's civil rights bill because it is too little and it is too late. There's not one thing in this bill that will protect our people from police brutality. This bill will not protect young people and old women from police dogs and fire hoses for engaging in peaceful demonstrations. This bill will not protect the hundreds of people who have been arrested on trumped-up charges. The voting section of this bill, it will not help thousands of black citizens who want to vote. It will not help the citizens of Mississippi, of Alabama, and Georgia who are qualified to vote but who lack a sixth-grade education. One man, one vote. That is the African cry. It is our cry too. It must be ours. Now, people have been forced to leave their homes because they dared to exercise their right to register to vote. Now, what is there in this bill to ensure the equality of a maid who earns $5 a week working in the home of a family whose income is $100,000 a year? Now, we are now involved in a serious revolution. This nation is still a place of cheap political leaders who build their careers on immoral compromises and ally themselves with open forms of political, economic, and social exploitation. Now, there are exceptions, of course, and we salute those, but what political leader can stand up here today and say, my party is the party of principles? Where is our party? The revolution is at hand, and we must free ourselves of the chains of political and economic slavery. The nonviolent revolution is saying we will not wait for the courts to act, for we have been waiting for hundreds of years. We will not wait for the president. I say we will not wait for the president or the Justice Department, nor Congress, but we will take matters into our own hands and create a source of power outside of any national structure that could or would assure us of a victory. Now, to those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that patience is a dirty and a nasty word. We cannot be patient. We do not want to be free gradually. We want our freedom, and we want it right now. And we cannot depend on any political party, for both the Democrats and the Republicans have betrayed the basic principles of the Declaration of Independence. And we all recognize the fact that if any social, political, or economic changes are to take place in our society, the people, the masses, we must bring them about. In the struggle, we must seek more than civil rights. We must work for the community out of love, out of peace, and out of true brotherhood. And our minds, our souls, our hearts cannot rest until freedom and justice exist for all people. And all of us must get into the revolution. Get in it and stay in it. In every street, in every city, in every village, in every hamlet of this nation, until true freedom comes, until the revolution is complete. In the Delta of Mississippi, in Southwest Georgia, in Alabama, in Harlem, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and all over this nation, the masses, the black masses are on the march. And we won't stop now. We won't stop now. The time will come when we will not confine our marching to Washington. We will march through the South, through the heart of Dixie, the way Sherman did. We shall pursue our own scorched earth policy and burn Jim Crow to the ground. Nonviolently now. We shall fragment the South. We shall fragment it into 1,000 pieces and put it back together again in the image of democracy. And we will make the action of the past few months look petty. And I say to you today, wake up, America. Thank you.
Please welcome Fred Hampton Jr., speaking the words of his father, Fred Hampton Sr., former chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party.
Right on, right on, right on. Salute, right on, right on. Right on. Revolutionary love and respect. First, let me just say I'm a little charged up right now. I just got the phone with Dale with Africa, recently released political prisoner. Right on? It's Chairman Fred would say, too proletarian revolutionary intoxicated to be astronomically intimidated. Too proletarian revolutionary intoxicated to be astronomically intimidated. To half the people. So we saying right here, as we always say in the Black Panther Party, they knew anything in us. We might not be back. I might be in jail, I might be anywhere. But I leave you, I want you to remember the last words of my lips is that I am a revolutionary. And you're going to have to keep on saying that. You're going to have to say that I am the proletariat, I am the people, I'm not the pig. The people have to attack the pigs. People got to make a distinction. That's what the Panther Party is doing here. That's what the Panther Party is doing all over the world. Here we got Chairman Bobby Seale right now that's going through all type of physical and mental torture. But that's all right. Because we said before this happened, we're going to say it again and again after I'm locked up, that everybody's locked up. That you can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail a revolution. Right on? In closing, if you ever think about me, if you ain't think about me niggas and never gonna do no revolutionary act, then forget about me. I own myself in your mind. If you ain't gonna work for the people, like we always said, if you ask to make a commitment at the age of 20, and you say you don't want me to commitment simply because you're too young to die then, goddamn what you is, you're dead already. You have to understand, there's a price to pay for peace. If you dare to struggle, you dare to win. If you don't dare to struggle, then goddamn it, you deserve to win. Let me say it to you in the spirit of liberation. I've been gone for a little while. At least my body's been gone. But I'm back now. And I believe I'm back to state. I believe I'm gonna die doing my job. I don't believe I'm gonna die in no car wreck. I don't believe I'm gonna die in no, still no piece of ice. I don't believe I'm gonna die because I got a bad heart. I don't believe I'm gonna die of lung cancer. I believe that I'm gonna die able to do things I was born for. I believe I'm gonna die half the people. I believe I would be able to die as revolutionary, international revolutionary proletarian struggle. And I hope that each and every one of y'all will be able to die in that proletarian revolutionary struggle, or at least be able to live in it. And I think that struggle's gonna come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people? Power to the people. Long live Chairman Fred. You can kill a revolutionary, you can't kill a revolution. The beat goes on. Power to the people. Free them all. Right on.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Coogler.
Hello. What's up, everybody? I'm a little charged up from that. I had the honor to get to know Chairman Fred Jr. and such a special speaker. You know, so often we talk about Dr. King and Malcolm X, but his father, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., assassinated December 4th, 1969. But they, as you can see, they didn't get all of him. His son's still here. At this moment, we're gonna do a little conversation, a little bit of a throwback to our first year, and something new as well. First and foremost, I wanna bring out somebody who, a lot of folks don't know this, but I actually grew up with this guy and used to have to try to tackle him a couple times in Pop Warner, high school, and even in college. And he was hard to bring down. When he went to the NFL and people still couldn't bring him down, I didn't feel so bad. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Marshawn Lynch. You go wherever you want, wherever you come from. And this is another incredible artist, incredible person who I got a chance to know 5 years ago. We've been in contact since. From Fayetteville, North Carolina. Musician and activist, J. Cole.
Just feel cooler.
So we figure we have a conversation, you know. I'm known Lynch for, we probably met on the football field playing Pop Warner when he was playing for the Oakland Saints. I was playing for the Berkeley Cougars. And our family's from the same part of Oakland, North Oakland, so we've been around each other a lot. Yeah, we got some history there.
Oh, y'all like really came up together?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I used to try to tackle this dude in high school. It was hard.
Yeah, good luck.
And like I said, Cole, we met at the inaugural event that we did.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's great to bring you guys together. I thought that I'd start this conversation off and just contextualize it. And we want to talk about sustainability and the financial ethics of the industries that we in. You know, we all work in some form of entertainment. We're not activists like you know to the point like Chairman Fred or some of the other folks you heard from on the panels today. But I think that these two men also do their part, you know, and do their part in very very amazing ways, you know. But just starting it off, I got a general question for both of y'all. Like when y'all was coming up, how long did y'all expect to live? Like just in projections.
I expected to live a long time. I still, you know what I mean? Like, I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's a real question.
There was definitely the reality, the understanding of the reality, but I always felt, I mean, almost to a childish degree, I almost felt like, I always felt protected, you know what I mean? And like blessed, and like even certain situations that would happen in the city is just like to a ignorant degree, I just would not practice to say, of course, you know when to run, you know what I mean? But it would be times when it's just like, I just was so intrigued, you know what I mean? And like, but to get to your questions, like I always expected to live, or at least hope, you know what I mean? But I understand the reality of what you're talking about.
It's a real question. What about you, Sean?
Yeah, for me, it was just, you know, I'm talking about where I was from. They stressed to us that you'd be dead or in jail by 18. So making it to 21 was like an accomplishment. And I mean, that was whether you graduated or didn't. Just that was like a milestone, you know, coming from where I'm from. But overall, like after seeing and witnessing a lot of the shit that I did, I mean, it wasn't promising. So when you look at it like that, I mean, shit, you just hope for another day.
So my question is, like, both of you guys have had like sustained careers, you know what I mean? Like y'all in y'all respective fields, y'all experienced that moment where y'all blew up, you know what I mean? And for a lot of reasons, you guys have been able to sustain it, you know. Can you talk about some of the ways that you've been able to do that?
Sustaining which part? You mean the
just your career, success-wise, yeah.
I think thinking ahead. I think that even back to your original conversation, your original question is like, I just always am thinking ahead. Now that I'm a little older, it's funny because when you check off all these boxes as you get older, if you blessed enough to like have the success that you want, just kind of run out of boxes. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And I need new boxes to check. But I think just always thinking ahead is how you sustained it. I think a lot of people, even I can just imagine in your profession, because I know how it is in basketball, it's like some people want to be great and be the greatest. So their mind state is different. Some people just want to make the league. That's the highest they can see. And don't get it twisted, that's high. Like, you make the league, you already miles ahead and accomplish something that so many people want to accomplish. But for some people, that's as high as they saw. So when they got there, the work ethic slowed down, the decision making got a little shaky because they accomplished everything that they wanted to accomplish. I just always was seeing past that. So when I got a record deal, everybody was like, "Oh my God, you signed a Jay-Z. Oh my God, congrats!" I'm looking at that bank account, and I'm looking at and more than that, I'm looking at what I haven't done, and I'm like, I'm barely celebrating this. You know what I mean? So I think it's just like sustainability comes from like looking ahead. You know what I mean? Like, and not being and being very clear on what you want.
Right.
Do you want to make the league? That's a great goal. But is that as far as you want to get, or do you want to be one of the GOATs? You know what I mean? That's a different type of mentality, I think.
Right.
And then I think for me, it was just more so like just never getting content. You know what I mean? I got this little thing that I live by. Like every day I wake up, I try to maximize and live that day to the fullest. So every day is like a new challenge for me. And, you know, it gives me another opportunity to go ahead and accomplish something that I didn't accomplish the day before. And I mean, it comes down to like little silly stuff that I'll do to myself. Like I like biting my fingernails, and if I could go a whole day without biting my fingernails, then I feel like I accomplished something. Right. So then when I put something bigger into my world, you know, and going to try and accomplish that, it gives me something to go and, you know, put my mind to it. And it's like once I set my mind on something and I lock in and I'm focused, it's nothing that could stop me. And the only thing that could do that is me. And I mean, 9 times out of 10, I'm not finna get in my way and stop at some shit that I want. So that's mainly how I continue to, you know, just to strive and, you know, I say like not get content.
So both of y'all have found ways to raise the conversations around social issues that you're passionate about or that are affecting you guys through your actual work. You know, I think about Cole when you went on tour. You know, dressed in clothes that people associate with people who are disenfranchised through the mass incarceration system. You know, I wanted to tell me a little bit about that decision and how you work to give a voice to these issues through your art.
Well, that was like my homeboy Adam, who came through the night, gave me the new Jim Crow. He gave me that book in like maybe like 2015 or something. And it was mind blowing. It was like everything we saw and see, but just put into factual evidence of what was happening. And it happened to coincide with a time, it was after Forest Hills Drive album, with a time in my life where I was just tired of like rapping by myself. You know what I mean? Like so much of my career, my art was like storytelling from my own perspective. I always would give you like little branches of somebody else's perspective, but so much of it was like my personal journey, my personal growth, my personal flaws, this, that, and the third. And it was a time period when I was like, that was not interesting to me. What was interesting was like I had just moved back home, like from New York back to Carolina, and it was like I had a whole different perspective of the landscape and some of my friends and the situations that the revolving door like had some of them in. And I'm just like, oh man. So that tour was a product of that album, which was a product of that book and just a desire to like, okay, let me use this platform to tell these stories, you know what I mean? And that's it. I don't even, you know, I don't take it for nothing. I don't look at it like it was some type of heroic thing, you know what I mean? Like I look at it like, it's people that actually are really devoting their lives to like to this. It was just my one little piece to the equation.
That's what's up. And Sean, I know you. You know what I mean. I know how much stuff you do at home for the youth and for families. I know how you take care of your own family. You know what I'm saying. That's a lot of stuff that everybody doesn't see. But can you talk about like some of the ways and some of the reasons why you give voices to certain things, whether it's shouting out where you're from or you know. Even your last time you took the podium, you know, like you kind of got the whole sports world wondering if they'll ever see you on the podium again in that capacity, you know. But you talked about, you know, financial responsibility, you know what I mean, and how the system is kind of stacked against people that work in your industry. You want to talk about like how you get the inspiration for that?
Well, I mean, It probably came from what I started getting into was into these football camps, and you know, I was just doing them locally at home, and I figured out that I was only being able to touch the kids from my neighborhood, so I hooked up with this group, and they took me to Brazil, and we did a football camp in Brazil, and when I had got over there, the kids was like, you know, bestia, 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 and I was like, what the hell is that? And it was, you know, they was calling me beast, and I'm all the way in Brazil, and I'm like, oh, these kids know, you know what I mean, they know what's up. And then I started looking around, and, you know, and I'm like, damn, you know what, they hood's a little bit more gutter than mine. And you know, they was really getting down, and I mean, even though it was a language barrier between us, the kids was following instructions better than how some of the kids at home do. So what I did was I started to go on this, like every year I go to a new country and I hold a football camp. And, you know, I went over to Africa, over in Ghana, Nairobi, and I did a watering system for a whole community out there. So to see the appreciation that, you know, that they had for me, it started to make me think outside the box, like, well, I know my reach is a lot bigger than, you know, just Oakland, and why I'm so proud and why I represent where I'm from is because I've never seen somebody from Oakland go and do, you know, some of the shit that I did. So when I go out there and I put my stamp on it, it's like, you know what, somebody from Oakland came over here and did this. So we do have some people in Oakland that's about that life, and we'll get down in the trenches of where it's at. But I mean, you know, that was a big part of why why I really started to, you know, step up and look at things outside the box. And you feel me? We got a saying like, you know, my vision was only as far as the 580 and 880, and those freeways is basically a box. And I mean, I never left that box until I got my opportunity to go and visit a college. I flew to Oregon, and I was like, well, you know, I found out it was more outside the 580 and the 880, so I wanted to touch it. I wanted to explore it. So I mean, you know, I just really got on it, and then when I got outside of it, and I started to see that it was more than what, you know, what I've been seeing for the last 18 years. I got hungry for more. So I mean, you know, I just started exploring as much as I can. And as I went out there, I started to see that it was more like-minded people. And then, I mean, even within that box, you got people like you know, Dame. So, you know, it was a good feeling, and I just kept chasing that.
So, I mean, we all work in industries that are known to have a history of being exploitative. You know what I mean? Whether it's exploitative towards women, disenfranchised people. You know what I'm saying? People of color. I wonder, like, how you guys feel about that. You know what I mean? I look at the music industry, for instance. You know what I mean? And it's known that at the top of the few labels that there are, you know what I mean, or the top of the few streaming platforms that there are, you know, it tends to be, you know, white male dominated. You know, and you see musicians that are young and black and sometimes not getting the help that they need. You know what I mean? And losing their lives at a young age, or being hot, taking predatory deals. I've seen you talk, like make reference to that, but I asked, like, you know, what are your feelings on it, and how do you buck up against that system?
That's a good question. Because it's one that's decades deep. You know what I mean? And me personally, what do? I just try to, as much as I can, educate on a personal level. When somebody opens up, or like when I probe and get somebody to like maybe open up about their business, or like to your question about deals, like I'll set them up with a lawyer that I actually trust. Like, all right, you need to go see this guy, see if he can work something out over there. But like, in terms of how do you change that, boy, yeah, we would have to be, you know, this would be a much bigger discussion because it's exploitive on. It's so exploitive we end up exploiting ourselves. You know what I mean? Like that's how deep it is, which I feel conflicted about because on one way I'm like, man, it's like this young man is getting, he's changing his life, his family's life, you know what I mean? And on the other side, I see the real results in the streets and back home, and not necessarily this guy resulted in this, but just the stuff we have normalized, like what it's become. I remember thinking like, very recently, I'm like, black people don't do heroin. You know what I mean? I remember growing up feeling like that, like, oh nah, like that's a white, that's a white drug. Like I never had no experiences with that, and it's like come to find out, it's like, a lot of these younger rappers like have caught themselves like, unfortunately, being like addicted to Percocets. You know what I mean? And lean, which is like, that's a conversation in its own. That's something that they going through, and they own. That's hard to get out of. You know what I mean? But you a rapper, you can get it. You can always get it. I'm now starting to see the results of people back home that can't get it. So they was on it, they was doing it, they was popping the perks, they was sipping the lean, but it's like, and then once they got addicted, it's not easy to get everywhere. Everybody's not rappers, so it's like you hit a certain point where you can't get it, but your body is already fully addicted. And if you don't feed it what it's craving, you about to go through hell. You know what I mean? So it's like, to avoid that hell, I'm starting to see like, oh my God, it's like kids I grew up with getting the thing that is available, which is heroin. It's like, so it's like, nobody's out here rapping about heroin. You know what I mean? Like, that's not cool yet.
Right.
But the real consequence of us normalizing perks and lean, it's not a judgment, you know what I mean, at all. You know what I mean? It's just a reality. The real life consequence, I feel like, is like, I see it.
Do you feel like, I mean, do you, is it like ethically, like, you're not a music executive, you know what I'm saying? I've met some, but like, do you think it's ethical for like companies to sign kids that rap about addiction, that people know they're addicted, to reap benefits off their music and not get them help?
Well, the clear answer is no, but the next answer is capitalism. So is capitalism ethical? How much responsibility and ethics can you expect a nameless, a faceless, soulless company to have where nobody's accountable? So a company can commit can do unethical things and even commit a crime, and there's nobody has to stand for that. Coke don't gotta stand for nothing. Universal Music don't gotta stand for nothing. Delta Airlines don't gotta stand for nothing. So it's like, the answer is no, it's not ethical, but then you get into a deeper capitalism conversation, which is like, well, when you're in capitalism, it's damn near like anything goes. You know what I mean? So like, I think it's a deeper conversation.
Yeah, far back on us, and let's just say, yeah. So just turning to you, Sean. Like I played football from the time I was 7 to the time I was 21. One of my last seasons I played, y'all, like at Cal, and just doing regular everyday stuff. My body feel like I'm 60. You know what I'm saying? Just from that time playing, and most of that time I was playing for free. The last 4 years I had a college scholarship, which was probably less than a minimum wage job. And you've played for how many years, bro?
I got 13 in the league, 3 in college.
And then how many are Pop Warner?
Yeah, all together, we just gonna put it. I've been playing football for my entire life.
So, and this is also an industry similar to in the NFL there are no black owners.
No.
And I watch you and my other homies play. And I see a lot of black people and poor white people, you know what I'm saying? Mostly black folks.
Right.
How do you feel about that? How do the players talk about that?
Man, to be honest, it's a tough situation because, I mean, you know, you got to think your whole life you've been playing football, you know, for that moment to go ahead and, you know, to play in the NFL. And then, you know, when you get there, you know, all the executives, the owners, they all white. And I mean, you know, it get to a point where, you know, in order to fit in, you got to learn how to, I guess it's called code switching or something, where you got to not be yourself in order to fit in, and I'll say to stick around. And then, I mean, you know, you don't get too many, you know, athletes that actually go into it with the mindset that they're going to be able to continue to be themselves and give the game back to, you know, the younger athletes in order to start a change and to start something differently. Because most people say, you know, it's about getting your money in. At that time, getting your money mean just go out there, play football, and shut up. So if you think outside the box, you tend to shorten your career or not get your career started. And, you know, after, you know, chasing that career, you know, after, you know, putting in all the time in order to get to the NFL, you kind of don't do nothing else. So therefore, it leaves you in a position where your whole life you've been trying to get to this point, and now that you're there, you don't make it, you have nothing to fall back on. And I mean, that's probably like 90% of the lead. So if you do get in the lead and you do have let's say a 5-year career, you know, that's another 5 years in which you put onto your life where you have not thought about what you're gonna do when it's over. So it kind of mess you up in the head, and you gotta reprogram yourself into thinking something differently. And when you don't have a goal, like, oh, I'm gonna reach the NFL, it drains you and it puts you in a different position. So after you've been going for this job to get in the NFL and people telling you to code switch, and then when you get into code switching and then that don't work out for you, and now you got to go back and find yourself, you chasing your own tail, you fighting demons within yourself, and it's hard to get out of that because nobody has broke the cycle to understand that. We talk about it all the time, it's like a backup plan, but when you see the NFL is so promising and you see all the glamour behind it, you don't think about that. And I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you watch what's going on. It's not that they don't give a fuck about you. So as long as you go ahead and put in the time and the effort, and the way I see it, what they call it, the 15 seconds of fame, that they be able to, you know, to shine on, that's another win in their book. You know, for them, you get your 15 seconds and then, you know, you pass through the pipeline again. When I first got to Seattle in 2010, we had a transaction of 275 players that came in and out of there within 1 year. Only 53 people could be on the team at a time. And we had 275 players that came in and went out. And at the end of the day, I'm just thinking in my mind, like, where are those 275 players at now?
How many of them was black, Lance, if you don't mind me asking?
200,
I'm curious.
275. Man, I mean, you know, it's a hard. I mean, you know, it's hurtful because you come in there one day like, hey, what's up, boy? How you doing, man? And then the next day you come in there like, hey, he's nowhere to be found. So, you know what I mean? It's a hard game. But then at the end of the day, like, you know, like I said, with 13 years in the league, I had to look back at that and I had to say, like, oh, that's business. Because that's what they put it off to us as. Like, that's business.
Or capitalism. Are you Like
Yeah.
Cole said.
Exactly.
I just, yeah. So I just want to wrap, like just sitting with y'all, talking to y'all is a trip, like, cause you know, we got so much more. I've never been to North Carolina, man. I'm gonna come visit you. I'm gonna make that trip.
Yeah, come through.
Yeah, and the Carolinas is interesting because technically they say that everybody's, you know, if you African of African descent, you know what I mean. Like chances are they came through that Charleston port. You know what I mean? Somebody in your line, but I just really trip off how similar, you know what I mean, the vibe is where we from. We from 3,000 miles away from you. You know what I mean? And the stories and you know, I want to just talk about because you work in an industry where you know you can't get paid legally, like with your market price, until you are, you know, nearly 20 years old, essentially. You know what I mean? And in music, I see young kids signing deals. You know what I mean? Like you could post something to Spotify and self-publish and get your money if you can go pro at any age. You know, I remember when we played, bro. We was down the street from where we grew up. 68,000 people came to watch us play, bro. And we was a garbage team in comparison to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was the loudest.
Man,
most
y'all don't
dizzy.
let him fool you, man. This dude was a hell of an athlete, man. Don't let him fool you. Sitting up here like, and a little short before you get into it, like, he got me kicked out and suspended of a game because he cussed me out, by the way. So y'all don't. This dude was a demon on that field, by the way. So I heard he was a demon on the court, but this dude was in DB, he was a demon on the field. So y'all don't let him fool y'all like he was just an average Joe.
Bro, you came off the couch and jumped over NFL players and scored a touchdown, bro. I'm done with you, man. Anyway, like, what's the biggest concert you performed at?
I don't know. It had to be one of the festivals, like, you know, they do festivals overseas or even in the States. You might have, I don't know. I remember one time, since then, it's funny because I know I've done bigger, but nothing I've done felt as big because where I was at the time, I came out on stage with Jay, and he was at Wireless Festival in London. It was my first time over there in London, and somebody told me, it's 80,000 people out there. Now, mind you, as I got older and then I would headline it myself, I realized, like, damn, they was exaggerating. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't no 80, but it felt like, I'm going to just call it 80, because when I walked out on stage as nobody, you know what I mean? Like, maybe, you know, 1% of that audience might have knew who I was, less than that. But if it was a sea of people, it just never ended, you know what I mean? So, like, I've done more than that, but that's the one that felt like, yo, I ain't got no business being out here right now. I came out to do one verse.
Yeah, no, I think about like I'm thinking about that just because of like the financial things that we comfortable with, not comfortable with. You know what I'm saying? And when we played in front of 68,000 people, you know what I'm saying? Like me and my school, we went back to playing in front of like small numbers. Y'all did 68,000 at least every week, and nobody got paid, right? Nope. Like if I was to tell you, you're gonna do 10 tours, you're gonna do a tour with 10 stops. 68,000 people minimum at each tour coming to see you, chant your name, dress up like you, but you're not gonna get a dime.
And as long as if I end up paid on the back end, I probably ain't gonna feel no way. It's gonna be like, yeah, man, you gotta pay your dues, boom, boom, boom. Yeah. If I don't end up paid, I'm gonna feel away. You know what I mean? Like, I say that to say, even in music, there is a level of,
You give yourself up a little bit for hope later.
Yeah, because I walked out on that Jay. I opened up for Jay-Z. I might have got paid. I don't even want to say the number because people going to take it the wrong way as if he did me away. He didn't. This is how it works.
Yeah.
I was attracting no tickets. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
you pay your dues.
I got paid peanuts. You know what I mean? Barely. But yeah, I had to pay my dues. You know what I mean? So like, but yeah, I mean, that's not the same situation. What you talking about is different. Like. Yeah. Everybody's here to see these young men on this field, even with college. It's like, to your point, yes, this is slavery. What we talking about, man? Like, this is like kids are working for free. You know what I mean? That's it. And nowhere else would we allow that to happen.
And like, I mean, Lynch, bro, like, I'm curiosity, because we wasn't talking a whole lot at that era. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. But how much did you go through in them 3 years of college? How much did your family go through that your financial situation could have helped and prevented?
Man, to be honest, it was I mean, it was tough, but I mean, you know, at the same time, because I was, you know, 5 minutes down the street from the crib, so, you know, I mean, I could get to the house, and then, I mean, you know, around that time, you know, being fresh out of high school and still being at home with, you know, a similar situation, like I didn't have to stay in no dorms or whatever because
I
was at home, so, I mean, you know, they give us like $1,200 a semester or whatever, and you know you supposed to rock with that or whatever. But you know, for the most part, like I mean, I was able to still juke while I was in college because I was still at home. And then I mean, you know, everybody in college was like, they all you know, you talk about these drugs, they all wanted them drugs, all of the, you know, the white people on campus. So, you know, I tell my folks like, hey, they want something, so, and then I was like, shit, well. So, I mean, I was able to do something like that, but I mean, you know, it would, I feel a little, you know, indifferent to the, you know, to getting paid in college, only because, you know, I've been in the league for 13 years, and I seen what a rookie would do coming into the league and how, you know, they just not mentally ready for, you know, what comes with, you know, having some money in your pocket. And I think, you know, in college, you know, if they was to pay players, like, you can't just give these young men this money without no guidance on how to, you know, how to spend money. And I mean, like I'm 33 now, and you know, one of my biggest things was, like, I still learn till this day, but I won't say I had a problem, but I'm somebody that like to ask questions. So I ask financial teams, like, how do you spend money? Like, I got all this, how do I spend it though? Like, yeah, I know to take money out my pocket and give it to them, but how do I spend money the proper way? And I mean, you know, I didn't get to learn that till I was like 28 or 29, and I mean, you know, when you go ahead and you give these young kids money without no guidance behind it, you know, it's like a loose cannon.
Right.
Do I think they should get paid? Hell yeah, I believe that they should get paid. But I also think that when you pay them, it should come with a manual, like, okay, this how you go ahead and you spend your money though.
Yeah.
So I mean, and I feel
it sounds like you could have used one in the league when you first got there.
Oh, most definitely. But see though, I had something that was better than that manual. I had turf meals, red hot burritos, tater chips, and sodas. So I remembered eating that all day, every day, and was like, I don't want to eat that shit no more. So if I gotta keep my money in my pocket in order not to eat turf meals no more, I'ma hold on to this money until I figure out how to spend it the right way. So that was my manual, that was my guide. Like, hell no, I've been broke. I'm not about to be broke again, so whatever it's gonna take for me not to be broke again, that's what I'm gonna do until I get the game plan on how not to be broke again.
They saying we gotta wrap up. Man, any thoughts y'all wanna leave him? You wanna leave him with Cole or?
Nah, bro. If you throw a question at me, I got you. But I'm just enjoying the conversation.
I mean, what's MLK's legacy mean to you, real quick?
Man, I think it's not new to say, but the main thing I think about as I'm older is what he was about to do. You know what I mean? Like, I think about that often, like what he was about to get to, and the power that had. And uniting, because yes, we have a long way to go as people. We got a lot of trauma we got to heal from. We got a lot of unity we gotta establish amongst each other. But even after that, it's like he saw that there was another hill to climb, which is the power structure. You know what I mean? And I think about that often.
Poor People's Campaign.
Yes, and you know, they don't want them problems. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want them problems. Whoever they is, I'm still trying to figure out who they are. You know what I mean? But whoever they are, it's like the problems they don't want. You know what I mean? So like, I think about that.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you both.
Please welcome back to the stage Samora Pinderhughes and special guest Allain Pinderhughes.
This can't be right. This home is broken. I need to write what can't be spoken. I lost my sight. My wings were stolen. The world's outside, but I stay frozen. This can't be right. This home is broken beyond repair. This can't be right. This home is broken beyond. Place behind. One bag and a one-way ticket. No more shackles on my mind.
June 26, 1934, W.E.B. Du Bois, a founding member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, gave his speech, A Negro Nation Within a Nation, in New York City as he resigned from the NAACP. Reading his speech is the star of the film, The Last Black Man in San Francisco, Jonathan Majors.
No more critical situation ever faced the Negroes of America than that of today. Not in 1830, nor in 1861, nor in 1867. more than ever, the appeal of the Negro for elementary justice falls on deaf ears. 3/4 of us are disenfranchised, yet no writer on democratic reform, no third-party movement says a word about Negroes. Negro children are systematically denied education. When the National Endowment Association asks for federal aid to education, it permits discrimination to be perpetuated by the present local authorities. Once or twice a month, Negroes convicted of no crime are openly and publicly lynched, and sometimes burned. Yet a national crime convention is brought to perfunctory and unwilling notice of this only by mass picketing and all but illegal agitation. When a man with every qualification is refused simply because his great-grandfather was a black man, there is not a ripple of comment or protest. Since 1929, Negro workers, like white workers, have lost their jobs, have had mortgages foreclosed on their farms and homes, have used up all their savings, but in this case, the Negro worker, everything has been worse and in larger or smaller degree. The loss has been greater and more permanent. Technological displacements, which began before the Depression, has been accelerated, while unemployment and failing wages struck black men sooner, went to lower levels, and will last longer. The colored people of America are coming to face the fact quite calmly that most white Americans do not like them, and are planning neither for their survival nor for their definite future if it involves free, self-assertive, modern manhood. This does not mean all Americans. A saving few are worried about the Negro problem. A still larger group are not ill-disposed, but they fear prevailing public opinion. The great mass of Americans are, however, merely representatives of average humanity. They muddle along with their own affairs and scarcely can be expected to take seriously the affairs of strangers or people whom they partly fear and partly despise. This peculiar position of Negroes in America offers an opportunity. Negroes today cast probably 2 million votes in a total of 40 million, and their vote will increase. This gives them, particularly in northern cities and at critical times, a chance to hold a very considerable balance of power. And the mere threat of this being used intelligently and with determination may often mean much. The consuming power of 2.8 million Negro families has recently been estimated at 166 million a month. A tremendous power when intelligently directed. Their manpower has labor probably equals that of Mexico or Yugoslavia. Their literacy is much lower than that of Spain or Italy. Their estimated per capita wealth about equals that of Japan. For a nation with this start in culture and efficiency to sit down and wait for the salvation of a white God is idiotic. With the use of their political power, their power as consumers, and their brain power added to that chance of personal appeal, what proximity and neighborhood always gives to human beings, Negroes can develop in the United States an economic nation within a nation, able to work through cooperation to found its own institutions, to educate its genius, and at the same time, without mob violence or extremes of race hatred, to keep in helpful touch and cooperate with the mass of the nation. This has happened more often than most people realize. In the case of groups not so obviously separated from the mass of people as the American Negroes. It must, in our case, or there is no hope. for the Negro in America. Any movement towards such a program is today hindered by the absurd Negro philosophy of scatter, suppress, wait, escape. There are even many of our educated young leaders who think that because the Negro problem is not evident where there are few or no Negroes, this indicates a way out. They think that the problem of race can be settled by ignoring it and suppressing it all. They think that we have only to wait in silence for the white people to settle the problem for us. And finally and predominantly, they think that the problem of the 12 million Negro people, mostly poor, ignorant workers, is going to be settled by having their more educated and wealthy classes gradually and continually escape from their race into the mass of the American people, leaving the rest to sink, suffer, and die. If the leading Negro classes cannot assume and bear the uplift of our own proletariat, they are doomed for all time. It is not a case of ethics. It is a plain case of necessity. The method by which this may be done is, first, for the American Negro to achieve a new economic solidarity. It may be said that this matter of a nation within a nation has already been partially accomplished in the organization of the Negro Church, the Negro School, and the Negro retail business. And despite all the justly due criticism, the result has been astonishing. The great majority of American Negroes are divided not only for religious, but for a large number of social purposes into self-supporting economic units, self-governed, self-directed. The greatest difficulty is that these organizations have no logical and reasonable standard and do not attract the finest, most vigorous, and best educated Negroes. When all these things are taken into consideration, it becomes clearer to more and more Negroes in America that through voluntary and increased segregation, by careful autonomy and planned economic organization, they may build so strong and efficient a unit that 12 million men can no longer be refused fellowship and equality in the United States.
How you guys doing? Super excited to welcome back Ta-Nehisi Coates again for an interview that I've been fired up about for most of this year. I'm gonna let him introduce our guest here, but I just gotta say her work has really started the conversation that's really needed to be had this year with this project that she did with the New York Times. So I'm gonna bring out Ta-Nehisi and I'm gonna let you guys get into this.
I'm gonna try to not blow this one, because I blew the one with AOC. I'll just say it's my honor to be here with Nicole. Nicole is my friend, and I think maybe more importantly, especially on this day than being my friend, she's my sister in the struggle. As I said before with the Congresswoman, I think we all are very, very much aware of what it means to take particular stands at this point in history. Her Twitter handle is Ida Baywells. And I think much like in the spirit of Ida, Nicole has that same sort of ferociousness, that same sort of spirit, and that same sort of courageous journalism. Nicole. How you been?
I'm good. How you doing?
All right. Last time we did this, we weren't in the church. I was on book tour, and Nicole brought out a bottle of what?
Bourbon.
Bourbon.
I was instructed I couldn't do that
Yeah,
today.
we don't think it's appropriate on MLK Day, so you have to excuse me if I can't do the same job. I'm not quite as lubricated as I was the last time I was in conversation with Nicole. Obviously we're going to talk about the 1619 Project, but I also want to talk a little bit about your arc as a journalist, because I think it's really important. We've had some personal conversations about how you got to this point, and sometimes people think this appears overnight, that it's magic, that you were born, like this, as they say. If you see me looking at my phone, I'm not checking text, I'm checking time to make sure we're on point and that we keep the conversation moving, just letting y'all know that. You tell a story, and I'm sorry that I have to have you tell it again, but you tell a story about the first time you learned about the significance of the year 1619. Would you mind just telling that for us again, please?
Sure. Thanks, Ryan, for having me, and everyone for coming out to this amazing MLK event in Harlem. I first came across the year 1619 as a high school student. I grew up in the Midwest in a small town in Iowa, and I was bused to white schools starting in the second grade as part of a voluntary desegregation order. And my high school had offered a one-semester Black Studies course. And in many ways, taking that course was just transformative for me. It was the first and only Black male teacher I ever had, and it was the first time I had ever read texts about Black folks and our history.
Were there other Black students in the class?
Yeah.
Okay.
The class, unlike my college African American studies, was actually mostly Black.
Got it. Okay.
Just reality. That's my cell phone. So one of those books that he gave me, it was then that I really developed this kind of insatiable appetite for reading Black history in particular. I was a nerdy kid. I loved history in general, but honestly didn't really even know that there were this many books about our history. And so every time I would finish a book, I would ask that teacher to give me another book, even when the course was over. And then he handed me one day a book called Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett. And probably about 30 pages in is when you get to the date 1619. And I just remember, I was 16, 17 years old, and that date kind of struck me like a lightning bolt. Like, damn, we've been here that long? And understanding that we had never heard that. I had never once in my life been told we'd been here that long. And just the name of the book, Before the Mayflower, is saying, every American child has heard about this ship called the Mayflower. But there was a ship that came a year before called the White Lion, and no American child learns about that. And there's a reason. And I think I just, even as a high school student, understood that was an intentional erasure and that date had power.
So, that notion, the African American community, and this is not something I think we always, immediately think about. The African American community in this country is one of the oldest communities. And in that sense, we get compared with other groups of immigrants, and sometimes even, in a way that's not necessarily always helpful, other groups of people of color.
Yes.
When you took on the project, what was the significance of the sheer age? And I'm drilling down on this because a lot of times what you get from white people is like, go back to Africa, and it's from people who just got here. For instance,
exactly.
Trump's provenance in America, like we were here 3 centuries before his people actually got here, but people don't think about Black communities in that way. So what is the significance of us being one of the oldest communities in this country to begin with?
Yeah, in some ways it's that. The reason that date is important, outside of the fact it's just history, is we are a people who, though we've been here 400 years, have been denied full citizenship in a country that we've been in before it was even a country. And I think it's important, there's this part in my opening essay for the 1619 Project where Abraham Lincoln, when he is deciding he's going to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, calls these 5 Black men into the White House and says, I'm going to free your people, and then I have secured funds to send you all to another country. And to me,
These are people who were here before Abraham Lincoln's
right, the
people.
astounding irony is that black folks were here before his people were here.
Right.
And that unless you arrived at Jamestown between 1607 and 1619, black folks predate you. And the thought that we somehow can't lay claim to this country that we built in so many ways, and that we are not an immigrant group. We are native to this land at this point. In 400 years, this is your native land. I think that was important. I mean, we hear this again and again, right? Because we are a nation of immigrants.
Right.
But that's true for everybody but the people who were already here and for us.
Right.
And it is not incidental that the two groups who suffer the most in this country, if you look at any indicator of well-being, Native people and black people suffer the worst out of everyone, and it's not incidental that we're the only two groups that didn't choose to be part of America.
You know, I wonder how you grapple with that notion of us having this, original, like the impulse of the 1619 Project is basically anything important about America has roots, in slavery, that you can't disentangle the thing, anything you love about this country. In my, work, for instance, people often think the suburbs sprung up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I did 15 years ago. I would have told you the same thing. Music, people forget that you can't imagine an American music without black folks. The advances that, were made in this country in medicine, were done on the backs, oftentimes of black women's bodies, black people's bodies in general. So on one level, there's the idea that you can't extract us. We're the red and the, red, white, and blue, right? That's where that intertwine ended. And yet this country has done so many horrible things. And I understand that maybe we didn't have decision-making power, but is there some tension in claiming that kind of original presence in a country that, as we talked about earlier, in the conversation with the Congresswoman, has killed 250,000 innocent people since 9/11?
Of course, right? Our whole existence is attention. When you look at the way that black Americans have been treated generation after generation, it's because our very existence is the reminder of the lie at our founding. The only reason we are here is because of slavery. The only reason we are here is because we were a country founded on the idea of individual inalienable rights of men, while 1/5 of the population lived in utter and complete bondage. So we are inconvenient to the story of America. But I think what I'm trying to do with the 1619 Project is to say, we have been told our entire lives this isn't really our country. We have no rights to claim it. We can't be full citizens in the stuff we built, right? And that belief that a people who has been here 400 years, if you look at the only original forms of American literature were the slave narratives at the beginning, right? Original forms of American music, black music. You look at our palate, the food that we eat, barbecue, all of these are black foods. So there would not be an America as we know it without us. And I don't espouse, outside of things like we taught the colonists to grow rice, right? We were expert iron workers. We were expert agriculturalists, like all of these skills that we actually brought. I was recently at Point Comfort, which is where the first Africans were sold into the colonies. And at that time, it was just the Virginia colony. And there's also a fort there. And it is one of the oldest forts in that area. And it was built by enslaved people. And what I found out was that originally they wanted convicts to build it, but those convicts didn't have the appropriate skill. So instead, they had to go to their skilled labor force, which were enslaved people. But think of the way that we've been taught. We've been taught that enslaved people were just brute physical labor, no intellect, had nothing to offer. When we were at King's Theater, you brought this up, right, about Thomas Jefferson.
That's right.
That he would just scratch out some plans on paper and then tell black people, build this. And they had to figure out how to do that. So the whole lie has been that our contributions, if we had any, were singing, which is actually a beautiful contribution.
It is.
And our labor. And our contribution has been so much more than that. And to me, the most pivotal contribution is that we actually built this multiracial democracy that we have.
Yeah.
It would not exist without our freedom struggles. The man we're here to celebrate today was part of a long, unending line of black folks who believed in those founding ideals when the people who wrote them did not, and have died and fought our own countrymen year after year to make those ideals true. So why should we not be able to claim that history and that heritage?
I don't know. I'm still mixed on it. I have to tell you.
But what do we claim then? That's the thing. Like, what do you? That means then that we are always a people without a country, right?
I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. Like, I claim and I'm serious. Like, I'm thinking my way through this. I'm not, being, I feel very tied to the ethnic and cultural tradition of being black in this country.
Yes.
I feel very tied to the freedom struggle, being here, obviously, at this moment. Beyond that, I don't know. I mean, country may be like family in the sense that, it always get deep with you, man. We don't even have you ain't got the flask and it's getting deep. I don't know. I think about like Michelle Obama, and I think about her saying that, for the first time in my life, I'm proud to be an American, which she had to back off of. But I think it's one of the truest statements that anybody in politics have ever uttered. And it's like there's something beneath that, which is to say I have been outside of this. I'm not actually part of this. I'm subject to it.
Yes.
I don't know. Can we move on? Because you're not supposed to be interviewing me. I'm supposed to be interviewing you.
We're supposed to hear from you. And I think that nature of being conflicted is the eternal black experience.
Right.
I'm not writing for this flag pin wearing patriotism that adores every aspect of America, because clearly,
right.
I think that you would have to be delusional as a black person to feel that way.
Right.
What I am saying though is the things that we can be most proud of, black people built, and that this is our country, regardless of if our country sees that. And we should no longer, so the interesting thing, like someone asked me, when did I come to understand why my father flew this American flag, which is how I opened the essay.
Right.
And I'm like, 8 months ago when I was reading this and researching to write this essay, literally just in reading and thinking about black people's role in democracy and reading all these texts about these black folks who had a chance to leave and didn't, and chose to stay here and fight. We don't need to feel in the country that we built. To me, allowing white Americans and the America that they have created to tell us that we can't claim the America that we created is actually succumbing to white supremacy.
I think the 1619 Project, I actually is probably the most impactful piece of journalism I saw last year that was created. The impact was incredible. You guys couldn't keep the magazine in print. People demanding copies. People mad at you. Conspiracies about, what Nicole Hannah-Jones did, and New York Times intentionally not printing enough. It got crazy. I mean, it was a wild thing, but I think it was speaking to some, latent desire that black folks really feel. I want to highlight something, though. It is not easy to leverage arguably the most significant media organization in this country into making a statement like our true origin, our true founding is this moment in enslavement in 1619. I want to talk about how that happened. But I want to take you back a little bit in how that happened, because what I really want to talk about is how you got into that position in the first place. Can you talk about your path through journalism, please?
Sure. And clearly those two things are connected. Probably the number one question I get wherever I speak is, how did you get the New York Times to do this?
How'd you do it? Right.
And the answer to that is that I had to build enough of a track record and a reputation to be able to convince them to do something like this. I mean, in many ways, my journalism path was very traditional. Went to journalism school, started out at a small bi-weekly newspaper, worked from smaller newspaper to bigger newspaper and bigger newspaper. And as you know, throughout that time, there were periods where my editors had deep reservations about the fact that I wanted to write about race. And there was a moment about 7 years ago where I almost quit journalism because I was being penalized and punished in my newsroom for wanting to write about race, because so many white editors think that black folks who do want to write about race are biased, but white people who refuse to write about race are not. And they assume that they know our biases by how we look, versus white people just apparently don't have them. And so I almost left journalism, and the only reason I didn't was I literally couldn't think of anything else I wanted to do with my life.
Did you have other jobs?
Huh?
Did you have other jobs?
I had job offers to do what most journalists who leave journalism do, which is to go in public relations, work for communications, for government agencies. But
did you think about it?
No.
You didn't?
I couldn't. Like, I literally...
No moment of, like, loss of faith for a second? Nothing like that?
I lost faith in whether I would be able to ever do the journalism that I wanted to do. And I remember there was this moment, I was in Oregon, working for the newspaper there. I was covering county government. I couldn't get on the front page of the Oregonian. And I was like, is this it for me? Like, I had these dreams and ambitions, and I knew the talent that I had. I knew the stories that I wanted to write, and I knew I could do them. And I was like, my career is going to end as a county government reporter in Oregon, which is not a bad thing, but I knew I could do more.
Did it affect in any way your sense of your talent and your sense of yourself?
Of course. You start to get self-doubt. I was depressed. The only thing I think that kept me from totally believing what they were saying, which is that I just didn't have good story ideas, was I would think of an idea, I would pitch it, and they would say no, and then like 2 weeks later, somebody in the New York Times would write that story. Literally. It happened like 4 times, and I was like, okay. See, I want to cuss, and then I keep remembering I'm in a church. So then I would say, okay, it's not me. Like, my ideas are good. It's just the people I'm working with. But I was stuck. This is when newsrooms were bleeding jobs. Everyone was laying off. If you had a job, you better keep it. And again, I've wanted to be a journalist since I was in high school and wrote for my high school newspaper. I always believed that my activism on behalf of my race was going to be through journalism. And I could not picture what I would do, so I just stayed hoping that something would change. And it did, and that's what brought me to New York.
I think that's like really important, because I know how much of an inspiration you are to young people. And once again, I think people, like, they don't realize, like, history really could have went another way. You know what I mean? Like, it could. Like, it's not destined. It's not like you showed up, God damn it, oh my God, I just cursed. Jesus. You put it in my head. Sorry, forgive me. It's not like, so ghetto.
And you said that one too.
I know I did. It's bad. I'm sorry, y'all. I really am. I'm sorry, Dr. King. But it's not like you showed up. It's not like you showed up and was like, I got it, you know what I mean? And you just got put on. I think it's very, very important that maybe some of the younger folks who you inspire, who may find themselves in that similar place. You know, I always tell, like, people say, well, what's the advice? Don't quit. Don't quit. Whatever you do, you know, don't quit. I wonder if, because, you know, like, one of the other things I have theoretically, like, is that it's not just the journalism you do, Nicole, but it's who you are. I actually think part of your effect, both the positive and frankly the negative, and we're not going to spend too much time on that, but I think it's how you present. You know, I think to see, you know, a black woman who is proud about being black, who is not going to modulate herself, who loves her red hair, who loves her nails and loves her Jordans, and yet can still get in these trenches and do this reporting, you know what I mean, has no problem, you know, going, you know, into the public schools of Detroit and doing her thing, has no, you know, issue about that. We have a whole vocabulary about how we talk and who we expect genius to be, and who we sometimes get surprised by genius actually being. And I wonder how aware you are of what you're projecting, and actually how intentional it is, in fact. I would even go that far.
You don't wear hair this color and not be aware of what you're projecting.
And what are you projecting? In your mind,
Right.
what are you
These
projecting?
are all, of course, they're all intentional choices. I think I realized, I mean, let's just say for one, as you know, I'm from Waterloo, Iowa. I come from, when I say working class, I mean people who worked in the dirt, people who cut, the meat off of hogs all day. Like, I don't come from people who put on airs or felt ever any need to put on airs. And I realized very early on, one thing about being bused into white schools, starting in the second grade, is you quickly learn these folks are not smarter than you, they just have more advantage than you do. It disabuses you. I was the smartest kid, and I'm not bragging, it's just the fact. I was the smartest kid in that school, and they didn't want me in that school because I was low income and black and from the wrong side of town. The benefit of that to me, though, was I've never had to feel intimidated or uncomfortable or like I didn't belong. And I decided a long time ago, people are going to discriminate against me because I'm black no matter how I present. I can try to talk like them. I can try to wear my hair like them. I can do all of that. It's not going to change a single way that they treat me or their expectations of me or what they think about me. So I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to be my black self from Waterloo. I mean, seriously, I dress like this because I like this. I like this. It is comfortable to me. I love, one of the things I love about black people is our sense of style and flair. I just decided I wasn't going to try to tamp that down because even when I did, it didn't work. And what I tell young folks all the time, I say don't give up, but I say you still might not make it. And that's the truth. There were a lot of folks, smart black folks, brown folks, who didn't give up and still couldn't make it. And you could not give up, but you may never end up where I am or where you are. But what is important is if you make it intact. Don't have given yourself up to get there because then it won't be worth it.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree that part of the criticism of my work, of the 1619 Project, is, of course, it's a radical argument to say, forget 1776, we're going to start our origin story as slavery in 1619. But it's also who is the one making that argument. There is an element of how dare she, right? And that's fine. Because I faced that my whole life. This is what, I told my editors. None of this is surprising to me. I'm a black woman in America in the spaces that I'm in, and there's never been a time I've walked in a room and people expected me to be excellent. But I am.
I'm just say it's not fine. Not even so much disagreeing with you, but from the perspective of, I think what you're pointing out is like the relatively low bar that some folks have versus the, the hoops that we have to jump through to get to where we get to. And what that means is someone like you can say, and this is me speaking right now. Somebody like you can spend a year researching, consulting, talking to historians, talking to sociologists, assembling them, getting the project together. And people who have no sort of sense of fairness or dedication to the truth, at least when it comes to this, can tell you sound like the second coming of John C. Calhoun, or they can tell you that you should be thankful that their ancestors allowed you to be free.
Yes.
They can say all sorts of things, even though you have to keep, the bar up here. And so I think one of the things, this standard, this thing where you talk about walking into the school and knowing you're the smartest, and yet the people not treat you, it never goes away.
It does not.
It's always there. And I want to ask you, how you deal with the fact, because Nicole's primary thing, at least, and it's not always been this way, but right now it's a project she's working on, and I think about this all the time. You go into schools, right, where it's policy being made on that very presumption.
Yes.
You understand, on the belief that these, black kids are not, intrinsically as smart as these white kids, and then people assign resources, design policy. Okay, so on one level, you're reporting it out, but on the other level, you are seeing this as a black mother. You're actually seeing it as a black woman living, the actual experience, as somebody that's kind of been where they've been. What is the emotional toll it takes on you? How you go home from that? See, I haven't had to report on kids and do that. You know what I mean?
We're about to have a counseling, some therapy.
We got like 4 minutes.
I am in a church, so maybe that's good, because normally I deal with it by drinking bourbon, as you know. No, it absolutely takes a toll. And I think, I don't know. Probably ask my family, because they probably bear the brunt of the toll, right? On the one hand, every day of the work we do is hard, every single day. And it's hard because it is never abstract. I'm not just telling someone's story over there and then I go home and I don't have to worry about it until I clock back in the morning. I'm telling the story of our people, our community, my family members, right? The kids, when I'm in Detroit, I'm seeing my little cousins who are in a school in Waterloo that looks just like that. That's failing just like that, that has half the teachers don't care just like that. Like it is never anything that I can ever have a sense of remove from. At the same time, that's also the thing that bolsters me. Right? Like it's like I know every single day the work I do is important. I can feel that I have a sense of mission and purpose with my life because of what I'm doing. So it is hard, but it's a burden that I gladly bear. And you want to have reality. Is go into one of these schools or one of these communities and see a 16-year-old child who tells you, I used to want to be a nurse, but I can't read and I know I could never do it. And then you realize whatever little suffering I feel like I feel is nothing. It's nothing compared to the circumstances that so many of our people have to live in. So really, to me, it's an honor to do this work. It's an honor to try. I understood in high school when I was the only black person on the staff of our newspaper, and I had a column called From the African Perspective. My first investigation was whether Jesus was white. I just wanted to make people mad, honestly, but
still want to.
Still do. It does drive, I literally say I wrote the 1619 Project to answer white folks who keep asking us, why don't we get over slavery? Here, I'm going to present all the evidence. Now you know. I don't even know where I was going with that. Where was I going with that?
African Perspective. You had a column called The African Perspective.
I just realized from a young age, I came from a house of avid readers, and my father subscribed to 2 newspapers. He always got our local paper and our state paper, and we would read the newspaper together. And I think I was in maybe 5th grade when I read a column. I believe it was actually Kathleen Parker, though I can't remember, but I have to check the fact. And I thought it was so racist that as a 5th grader, I wrote a letter to the editor, to the newspaper, and said that I felt this column was racist, and they published it.
Wow.
And I have always understood the power of who gets to shape the narrative about us and who doesn't. And if we are not telling our own stories, right, we know this. Freedom's Journal. We wish to plead our own cause. No longer will others speak for us. We have to be in these rooms, and that power to me is an amazing privilege and honor that I take with me every day. Some nights I drown it out in bourbon, but most days I drown it out on the page.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you guys. I want to thank you, Nicole. It's a pleasure to be in this conversation. We were just talking about the price and the taxing nature of the work, and yet there is something extremely gratifying about knowing that you got people with you right now. I was listening to the brother read Du Bois. Know that there are ancestors walking with you. That you are walking on the side of justice, that you are not, writing journalism that argues for why we should extract more oil out of the earth or all sorts of horrible things that people write for, that you're doing it on the right side. And so hopefully that fellowship right now in this moment is of comfort, and also the fellowship of your ancestors who are smiling on you, my sister. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
y'all.
Please welcome Jimmy Jeter and Samora Pinderhughes.
Hang on to the world as it spins around. Just don't let the spin get you down. Things are moving fast. Hold on tight and you will last. Keep your self-respect, your manly pride. Keep yourself in gear. Keep your stride. Never mind your fear. Brighter days will soon be here. Oh, take it from me, someday we'll all be free. Na, 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 na. Keep on walking tall. Hold your head up high. Lay your dreams right up to the sky. Sing your great song, and you'll keep going, going on. No, take it from me, someday we'll all be free. Just wait and see, someday we'll all take it from me, someday we'll all. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. One day we'll all be free. One day we'll all be free. One day we'll all be free.
At the end of the 2014-15 school year, 22-year-old Khalif Browder had an impressive 3.5 grade point average. He led study groups, he tutored other students, and on June 5th, just one day before Browder died by suicide in his mother's Bronx home, he volunteered at a graduation rehearsal for other students. Browder reflected on the use of solitary confinement in the United States in his research paper for his community college. Reading Khalif Browder's 2015 A Closer Look at Solitary Confinement in the United States welcomed activist and co-founder of Black Lives Matter movement and director of the Black Futures Lab, Alicia Garza.
Is solitary confinement a good, helpful way to rehabilitate inmates? Or is solitary confinement only making matters worse? Solitary confinement is a practice that prison officials use in order to impose punishment on inmates who break the prison or jail rules. It is when an inmate is placed and confined in a cell by himself without human contact for a specific amount of days or sometimes years to reflect on what they did to break the prison or jail rules and hopefully change their behavior. When an inmate is placed in solitary confinement, books, magazines, phone usage, visits, and outdoor recreation are limited. And depending on what jail or prison it is, some of these things are prohibited to the inmates. The solitary confinement practice is often in conflict with the Eighth Amendment. Instead of solitary confinement rehabilitating inmates, there is evidence of it actually causing severe mental problems for inmates, and in the long run, leaving the mental disorders for their families to deal with. In the United States, solitary confinement was said to have started as an experiment in the 19th century for the purpose of punishing misbehaving inmates and also rehabilitating them. According to the story, the first institution in the United States to experiment with isolation was the Walnut Street Jail in Philadelphia, built at the end of the 18th century by members of the Quaker Church, with the objective not just of punishing criminals, but also of rehabilitating them. Without solitary confinement being fully tested, as in the health defects of it, the model soon began to spread and other penitentiaries started following the tradition. However, many health defects were beginning to present themselves within inmates who have been subjected to solitary confinement. According to the story, as early as the 1830s, reports had started to materialize about the various mental disorders isolated prisoners were exhibiting. These included hallucinations, dementia, and monomania. By the late 1800s, solitary confinement began to be frowned upon because of the adverse mental health issues it continued to cause to inmates. And by the early 1900s, it was abolished. Even with the abolishment of solitary confinement and the developments of the mental health risks it imposes on inmates, the tradition of it did not cease for long, but again, continued and began to spread across the United States. Beginning in the 1960s and proliferating most systematically over the last 30 years, we have seen a revival of the practice of solitary confinement in the United States as an increasingly long-term and wide-reaching practice. Since the early 1980s, the use of isolation has come to be one of the fastest growing conditions of detention, even exceeding the expansion of the US prison system in general over the same period. As a result of solitary confinement, many inmates undergo unnecessary mental health problems that are left up to them and their family members to deal with and to fix. Some inmates don't even have health insurance to tend to their care. There are a lot of mental issues within inmates and ex-inmates that stem from solitary confinement, as noted by Cockrell. Quote, physical symptoms are chest pains, weight loss, diarrhea, dizziness, and fainting. There are many psychological symptoms, decreased ability to concentrate, confusion, memory loss, visual as well as auditory hallucinations, paranoia, overt psychoses, violent fantasies, anxiety, depression in huge numbers, lethargy, and trouble sleeping. Attempts to commit suicide are not uncommon. Due to many rising issues going on with solitary confinement, some states have already started revising their prisons' use of solitary confinement. In July 2013, in California prisons, inmates went on a hunger strike to try to abolish the practice. Quote, that year, about 12,000 prisoners across more than a dozen institutions had used one of the last powers available to them in their austere conditions, the power to stop eating, to draw public attention to the problem of prison isolation. For a large number of inmates to starve themselves, to raise attention to the issue of solitary confinement speaks volumes of the mental tortures it consists of. In conclusion, solitary confinement should be looked at as a whole around the United States, and even through changes toward the solitary confinement system have begun in some states. Even though those changes have begun, more needs to be done and addressed around the country. Maybe another form of punishment or segregation should be implemented to deal with inmates who break jail rules, as opposed to inmates who cause severe harm to other inmates and correction officers because the mental health risks it poses are too great.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his speech, Your Life's Blueprint, to students at Barrett Junior High School in Philadelphia on October 26, 1967. Reading the speech is an acclaimed Broadway performer and lead actress in the highly acclaimed movie Notorious, and current star of the hit series Power, ladies and gentlemen, Naturi Naughton.
Thank you guys so much for having me. It's such an honor. I'm short. I'm trying to get this right. Okay. I want to ask you a question, and that is, what is your life's blueprint? This is the most important and crucial period of our lives, of your lives. For what you do now and what you decide now at this stage may well determine which way your life shall go. And wherever a building is constructed, you usually have an architect who draws a blueprint. And that blueprint serves as the pattern, as the guide, as the model for those who are to build the building. And a building is not well erected without a good, sound, and solid blueprint. Now, each of you is in the process of building the structure of your lives. And the question is whether you have a proper, a solid, and a sound blueprint. I want to suggest some of the things that should be in your life's blueprint. Number one in your life's blueprint should be a deep belief in your own dignity, your own worth, and your own somebodyness. Don't allow anybody to make you feel that you are nobody. Always feel that you count. Always feel that you have worth. And always feel that your life has ultimate significance. Now that means you should not be ashamed of your color. You know, it's very unfortunate that in so many instances, our society has placed a stigma on the Negro's color. You know, there are some Negroes that are ashamed of themselves. Don't be ashamed of your color. Don't be ashamed of your biological features. Somehow, you must be able to say in your own lives and really believe it, I am black and I am beautiful, okay? And you have to believe that in your heart. And therefore, you need not be lured into purchasing cosmetics advertising to make you lighter. Neither do you need to process your hair to make it appear straight. Now, I have good hair, and it is as good as anybody else's in the world, and we have to believe that. Now, in your life's blueprint, be sure that you have a principle of somebodyness. Secondly, in your life's blueprint, you must have as a basic principle the determination to achieve excellence in your various fields of endeavor. You're going to be deciding, as the days and the years unfold, what you will do in your life, what your life's work will be. And once you discover what it will be, set out and do it well. And I say to you, my young friends, that doors are opening to each of you. Doors of opportunity are opening to each of you that were not open to your mothers and your fathers. And the great challenge facing you is to be ready to enter those doors as they open. And when you discover what you're going to do in your life, set out to do it as if God Almighty called you at this particular moment in history to do it. And just don't set out to be a good Negro, but do a good job that anybody could do. Don't set out to be just a good Negro doctor, a good Negro lawyer, a good Negro school teacher, a good Negro preacher, a good Negro barber, a beautician, a good Negro skilled laborer. For if you set out to do that, you have already flunked your matriculation exam for entrance in the University of Integration and Integration. Set out to do a good job and do that job so well that the living, the dead, and the unborn couldn't do it any better. If it falls to your lot to be a street sweeper, sweep streets like Michelangelo painted pictures, okay? Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets like Leontine Price sings before the Metropolitan Opera. And sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets so well that all the hosts of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well. If you can't be a pine at the top of the hill, be a scrub in the valley, but be the best little scrub on the side of the hill. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, just be a trail. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it isn't by size that you win or you fail. Be the best of whatever you are. And finally, if your life's blueprint must be a commitment to the eternal principles of beauty, love, and justice, don't allow anybody to pull you so low as to make you hate them. Don't allow anybody to cause you to lose your self-respect to the point that you do not struggle for justice. However young you are, you have a responsibility to seek to make your nation a better nation in which to live. And with a powerful commitment, I believe that we can transform dark yesterdays of injustice into bright tomorrows of justice and humanity. Let us keep going toward the goal of selfhood, toward the realization of the dream of brotherhood, and toward the realization of dream of understanding and goodwill. Let nobody stop us. We must keep going. We must keep going. If you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But by all means, keep moving. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the Blackout for Human Rights team.
How y'all doing? Can everyone just stand up? This is the end of the program. We just want all the folks who've come out this evening. We just want to thank everyone for spending today with us. This means so much for all of us. We all volunteer our time. I just want to thank Ryan and everyone again for just the vision, Kareem, for allowing us to be here in community with you. I want to thank my daughter and her friend for allowing me to be present here with all of you, to be able to be in community. I want to thank Ava and Charles and the whole Blackout network out there who's watching. I want to say thank you for your support. And can we just give a shout out to the voice of God, Ron Newman? Like, can we just thank him? There's so many people to thank. I probably gotta forget some folks, but can y'all give yourselves a round of applause? Y'all just sat through. So many beautiful words today, so many beautiful speeches. Can we give a round of applause for all the actors and performers and everyone? We always want to make sure that everyone knows what we're doing and that we're reaching so many people through these words. Can we just give a shout out to Michael Latt and the digital team for just all they do? And to all the volunteers, we came together, Ryan said earlier, this was our 5th anniversary. We came together 5 years ago because we really believed in the radical idea of Dr. King. We wanted to make that a reality and to do it here in this church. We want to thank Riverside. Can we give Riverside a round of applause? And security. Okay, the Riverside team is coming up here too. Tanya, we can shout you. But I just want to say thank you to everyone for coming. This has been really a labor of love. I'm thankful for all of us, the whole Blackout teams here, and just want, like I said, shout out my wife. And we got to shout out Zinzi. Zinzi's not Zinzi. We got to shout out Zinzi. Just thank you, and the baby, and Citra too, and just everybody. So thank you so much. Join us next year back here at Riverside. We'll be here. And we just thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. And thank you to the streaming community, folks who watched us today. And see you next year. Blackout for Human Rights, Color of Change. Thank you. Thank you.